pitching matchup. Look how similar these records are. Ricky Romero 10-5, 3.66. AJ Burnett 10-5, 3.67. Welcome back to Yankees baseball. A little Wednesday matinee at Yankee Stadium on Yes, That's Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay. Paul O'Neill is eating. He will rejoin us in just a moment. How do you follow up a game like the one that A.J. Burnett had on Friday? He was lights out. He gave up a hit to the first batter he faced. He went 7 2/3. Didn't give up a hit after that.
I would only say that his walks were a little high. I think it was a command issue. He did have an extra day's rest going into that Red Sox game. His previous start against the White Sox, he didn't do so well. He was possessed in a lot of ways, Michael. He's got the explosive fastball. I think for A.J. Burnett's success is that curveball right there. If he shows curveballs early in the count for called strikes, you're going to get swings like that from David Ortiz. He expands the zone. That was a great start for A.J. Burnett.
Well, the Yankees for the past 3 days have had back-to-back home runs. Can they get back-to-back wins? See if the offense is here, how the pitching does. Lineups, first pitch, baseball, next on Yes. Flanagan, furnishing your style with guaranteed delivery in 3 days or less. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealers. A little bit of an overcast day here at Yankee Stadium. Crowd still filing in. They're hoping that the rain holds off, and we'll see exactly how that works out. But you can see from the look of the sky that it is somewhat threatening. Let's take a look now as A.J. Burnett warms up. The Blue Jays starting lineup presented by Cabot Wood Stainless. Marco Scudero, the shortstop, will lead off. Batting second and playing second base is Aaron Hill. Adam Lind in left field is going to bat third. Lyle Overbay at first base will clean up. Batting fifth and playing center field, Vernon Wells. Randy Ruiz had a home run yesterday against the right field foul ball. He'll DH again today and bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing third base, Edwin Encarnacion. Raul Chavez will catch. He's going to bat eighth. Batting ninth and playing right field is Joe England.
On the mound for the Yankees, 32-year-old right-hander A.J. Burnett will be making his 23rd start. There you see very good numbers, respectable. I love the hits to innings ratio, 120, 139, dominant with 123 strikeouts, and 234 batting average against. Let's take a look at the Jeep pitcher scatter report. Lefty stymied. Left-handed batters only batting 215. It's the second lowest among right-handed pitchers. First is Matt Garza with Tampa Bay, burning down the house since June 2nd. He's 4-0 with a 2.16 in his last 6 starts here at Yankee Stadium. And curveballs for strikes. Let's watch early on as he gets called strikes or curveballs, getting good counts. If he does that, these Blue Jay hitters are going to be in a defense mode all night, all day long.
Now I'm going to be singing that song all day, burning down the house all day.
I was going to do a little burning down the house.
Let's take a look at the Yankee defense. Damon Cabrera and Hinsky, that's left to right. In the infield, Rodriguez, Jeter, Cano, and Swisher making his 7th start at first base, and just a day off for Mark Teixeira. Posada behind the plate, and A.J. Burnett is on the mound. Let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. 79 degrees, 73% humidity, wind 13 miles per hour, and there's a chance of thunderstorms late in the afternoon. So we're hoping that that holds off so we can get 9 innings in today. Yankees head to the West Coast right after the game, and Toronto heads to Boston. So the Yankees have a long flight ahead of them, and they'll play tomorrow night in Seattle as they start a very long road trip. You have Seattle, Oakland, and then it finishes up with 3 games at Fenway Park against the Boston Red Sox. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on YES. Seems to be a little of a holdup here at the stadium. Joe West, the home plate umpire, and then Joe Girardi just seemed as if he was speaking to people upstairs.
Again.
You never like to talk to people upstairs. It's never really a good thing. The lights are not turned on, and maybe Joe West is saying, hey, the way the sky is right now, we need lights on. So they can't wait till the Yankees come up, because then it's got to go the whole inning without the lights. That's the rule. Jorge Posada has ducked into the Yankee dugout. Speaking of the umpires, let's take a look. Joe West is behind the plate. He's the veteran crew chief. Ed Rampuano is at first. Paul Schreiber is the second base umpire, and Paul Nauert is over at third.
Pick that phone up. I mean, who are you talking to upstairs? That Cashman?
I'm not sure it's somebody important. Somebody in a suit.
It's not you, right? You don't have a direct line?
It's not somebody with an open shirt. It's a tie. It's a suit. So looks like we're ready. Marco Scudero digs in. A.J. Burnett is ready. And let's do it here in the Bronx as the right-hander deals. And there's a strike, and we are underway. Scudero leads Major League Baseball with 29 leadoff walks to start innings, and he leads all number 1 hitters and shortstops with 66 walks. And A.J. blisters a fastball up and away 1-1. A.J. opponents are 0 for the last 20 against him. Left-handed batters are 0 for their last 17. The last guy to get a hit in the first inning on Friday was Jacoby Ellsbury. Ooh. Just missed Scudero.
You see the movement. Yeah. That's a fastball. It ended up moving about 3 feet.
Yeah, that's not bad if he's tried to do that, but when you see Jorge Posada setting up away, A.J. Burnett throws a true 4-seam fastball, which would be straighter. You see that ball just sailing in. That's probably a 2-seamer trying to get the backdoor outside corner.
And the 2-1 popped up. Right field. Eric Hinsky comes on, and he'll make the play 1 away. Here's Aaron Hill, 27 home runs, tied for 4th in the American League. Martin Teixeira, who has a day off, has 29. That leads the American League. Hill has a 5-game hitting streak. And the pitch is inside.
Well, he's an all-star. It's the first time he's made the all-star team this year. Team leader. I mean, he's leading his team in home runs and RBIs. And power guy, he's leading the second basemen in all of baseball. His 27th home run the other night. So a lot of run production in the second base position for the Blue Jays. Snuck that one up on me. I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Well, he was planning on that all day yesterday. Hasn't got a
so
chance
early in the game, you know, you got to kind of work your way into these things.
0-1. Blew it right by him. 95 miles an hour in the first inning. 1-2. Seems like A.J. Burnett's really settled in here with the Yankees. Blistering fastball upstairs. And Al, you told me last year you thought that he'd be a good fit here. Why'd you think that he'd fit in?
You know, there's a point in everyone's career that you kind of get it. And I think the years that he spent with Toronto and being around Roy Halladay was very helpful for A.J. for a lot of reasons. He's been a guy that, you know, even as a minor leaguer with the Mets, was traded to the Marlins through no-hitter, and here's Roy Halladay, that possesses the, oh my God, this guy can throw a no-hitter on any given day. And it was just a matter of him putting it together. And I think for A.J., like many pitchers, he had to figure out the routine, and for him in particular, not to try to throw the next pitch harder than the last pitch. And I think that's a big thing for young pitchers that throw as hard as A.J. Burnett does, 95 to 100 miles an hour. He's learned to take a little off already. We're seeing a little two-seam run. His curveball, he's recognized he's got to get it over for called strikes. He's just become a better pitcher, Michael.
Here's the 2-2. I don't even care about the pitching aspect. Obviously, that's important, but it seems like the New York thing doesn't bother him at all. I think he embraces it and loves it.
You know, I think he's, you know, the tattoos and, you know, just a different demeanor and the music he listens to. I think, you know, there could be a perception, he's from Arkansas, that maybe this would have been overwhelming, but he's a smart guy. You know, he really enjoys the game. If you watch him between the 5 days, he's out on the top step, he watches, you know, he's engaging with other pitchers, and I think he's in a good place. I really do. I think mentally he's capable, and that's the big thing, especially here in New York with the scrutiny. You got to be able to separate it all.
And Burnett deals the 3-2. Strike 3. Hill gone looking. Paul, what could Hill have been looking for?
Well, I mean, he threw him up in the zone a couple times, and all of a sudden, you know, he kind of changed his eye level. But again, I mean, these are 95, 96 mile an hour fastballs. It's
pretty much down the middle.
Yeah. Again, every once in a while you foul off a couple pitches upstairs, and it gets in your mind that he might throw a curveball or might throw a slider. And, you know, it's a neat thing to see as you see A.J. Burnett this first inning just going for his fastball. And now the second and third through the lineup, you bring your slider, your curveball, and you can get through the lineup the first time with nothing but fastballs. Boy, you're setting yourself up for a long game.
Which ideally, what you just described, Paul, every pitcher would like to get out of the first inning, or at least the first go-around, without giving the whole kitchen sink all of your arsenal.
1-0. Upstairs, 2-0. Might have been a late strike call by Joe West. It was, so let's change that to 1-1.
Yeah, he called that a strike.
All right, we're all set.
Speak, Michael, and it just comes up on the screen. You see that?
Touch power. 1-1. There's a strike. Boy, that was thrown so hard that you saw the dust come out of Jorge Posada's glove.
And it's funny because, again, this is nothing but just fastball after fastball. But I think Jorge Posada, as a catcher, realizes, man, he's got really, really good fastball range. He's got great movement. Why go to anything else at this point?
Crowd looking for the strikeout. And instead, they get a ground ball up the middle, and it's through for a base hit. Just squeaked through. So a 2-out single for Adam Lind.
And it wasn't hit hard. It jammed him. It was a hard fastball inside. But as a hitter, you know, late in the count, this ball ends up on the label of the bat. Just got enough of it. You see Robbie's over there playing a lefty kind of pull. Like sneaking one up the middle.
Huh? Broken bat. I'm telling you,
we're kind of looking at this hit in different ways, aren't we?
Yeah. They got the lights on, so whatever person in the suit they spoke to was the right guy or gal. Here's Lyle Overbay. And that one gets past Posada. Still doesn't know where it is. Now he finds it. And Adam Lind will stop at second base. They score that a wild pitch.
You see Jorge setting up away. Now, this is 95. Almost hit Joe West, the umpire, in his left heel.
That got over well, huh?
Yeah, he could get grumpy fast. Just a reaction time. Posada looking and anticipating. Most major league pitchers are pretty close to the glove or in the area.
Count 2-0. Overbay had a big hit in yesterday's game. Yankees led 3-0 early, but Overbay with a bases loaded double that cleared the bases, picked up 3 ribbies.
I would imagine for Jorge Posada, of the guys on this staff, that AJ would be the hardest to catch. And why I say that, his curveball is devastating at times. He's not afraid to throw it in the dirt, and as we saw already with the wild pitch, with his explosive fastball, late movement, and he's a little bit around the zone, not always exactly where the glove's put.
And he walks him on 4 pitches. So it was all going so well, it was going easily, and then AJ Burnett gives up a broken bat single, then walks Overbay. Now the wild pitch that moved Lynn to second, that's AJ's 15th wild pitch, which is a new career high. Upstairs to Vernon Wells, and now Posada wants to talk.
Slow it down. Getting underneath a little bit. Pitcher gets underneath the baseball, you're going to be high.
This is the one guy the Toronto Blue Jays need if they're going to turn this thing around in the next few years. Need to get back on track. Vernon Wells is an offensive part of their lineup. They're stuck right in the middle of their lineup. He's had one of those down years. Not to say that, he's on the decline. Sometimes players have down years and they turn it around next year, but this is a guy they need to produce offensively for this team to have any kind of success.
Well, the Blue Jays basically got rid of Alex Rios to the White Sox, and it was a salary dump. And Vernon Wells, I think they're figuring out a way what to do with their $97 million over the next 5. Good guy, got paid when he deserved it. The clubs anticipate guys improving and accelerating. A couple years ago, this guy was top guy, MVP contention kind of caliber player. What's going to happen with Halladay?
The 2-1. There's that breaking ball, 2-2.
Look at Halladay there, and you hear so many stories. We've had him on the screen so much. You see now in men in scoring position, we're going to go to the breaking ball a little bit. Knuckle up on the ball. That's his true curveball. Is he going to be stuck in a situation where he's teaching, or where he can go worry about, winning ball games for a contending team?
2-2. He struck him out on a breaking ball. So A.J. Burnett, a little bit of everything in that first inning. He threw 25 pitches. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. It's the Blue Jays nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat. Cabot, Wood, and Snanes. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, leads off, batting second and playing left field, Johnny Damon. Hideki Matsui wasn't at bat yesterday. He'll DH, and he's going to hit third. And boy, he's had a lot of good at-bats against the Blue Jays this year. Look at those numbers in 10 games. Alex Rodriguez at third, cleans up, batting fifth and catching Jorge Posada. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, will bat sixth. Number 7 hitter is the first baseman, Nick Swisher. Eric Kinski's in right field, hitting eighth, batting ninth. And playing center field is Melky Cabrera.
24-year-old lefty Ricky Romero having a heck of a year for the Toronto Blue Jays. A 10-5 to 3.66 ERA. Very, very good numbers. Let's take a look at the G Pitcher Scout Report. Rookie of the year? Question mark. I'll tell you, he's going to be considered along with Gordon Beckham and Jeff Neiman. Solid defense. He has yet behind him. They haven't given up an unearned run. No errors behind him. And trouble with lefties will be interesting today. 299 batting average against, and they're slugging 522. 147 points higher than right-handed batters.
And Jeter fouls it back. 0-1.
That Joe Girardi, he's got the lefties in there today, and we're going to watch. Romero's got a very good changeup. I consider it almost close to a young version of Johan Santana, and with the left-handed batters, that changeup is negated because normally that would float down and away from the righty, and now here with the lefties it would be down and in.
Now explain that to me, Paul, because a lot of the effectiveness of a changeup is the change of speed. So why would it not work against left-handers? I understand the happy zone for lefties low and inside, but wouldn't they get them on the change of speed?
Well, I always loved it when that held true to guys that had really good changeups. And Frank Viola comes to mind, where early in my career when I would face him, you would take that changeup, which was his best pitch.
Yep.
And then later in his career, he started throwing it to lefties. And believe me, when they do miss with it, they do miss down and in, and it might cost them. But I think just throwing the left-hander's changeup to keep it in their mind is very important.
You see 299 lefties hit against Ricky Romero. The 1-2. Grounded foul in front of the plate.
And I'll give you the pitcher side, Michael. The effectiveness of a left-handed changeup to a right-handed batter is that the illusion is it looks like a strike and it floats down and away off the plate. Now, as a left-handed hitter, you're standing there. You don't not only see that the ball's going to be a ball, it's coming at you. A left-handed changeup like Romero is most effective when it's 6, 7, 8 inches off the plate, away.
I think that did it get Jeter?
Hit him on the foot or the shin.
Yep.
And it hit him square, it sounded. Oh, he is really hobbling.
Yeah, that to me tells him he got probably hit right in the shin, and there's just no padding around that. On the foot. That bone in your foot, I tell you, either you foul a ball off, and in this case it's a curveball right off the foot. Hurts.
Wow, got him flush.
Good thing it was a curveball, a slower pitch from Romero. Right in the inseam.
Well, he was in a lot of pain right away. But he walked slowly to first base, accompanied by Gene Monahan and Joe Girardi. He said, okay, I'm good. I guess the question I'm asking, though, about the changeup, Paul, when you make an out against the changeup, are you making it out and swinging and missing because of the change of speed, or because, let's say a righty throws a changeup to you, a lefty batter, because it's moving down and away?
Both, really. I mean, real good changeups obviously have a lot of movement to them, and they almost look like a two-seam fastball, but take off 7 or 8 miles an hour. But the changeup that's missed against a lefty is hit a lot more by left-handed hitters, where if you see a bad changeup from a righty, it's usually out of the zone and you don't swing at it. And Al's thing is it's coming into a lefty, where if you pick up the spin, obviously it becomes a very mediocre fastball.
Just to do it to Tom Glavine, who had the great changeup to negate that.
One of the reasons Girardi put in the lefty swing Eric Hinske in the lineup against the lefty pitcher. Foul back, and you wonder, and it was tried by the Padres in the '98 series why more people don't have right-handers pinch hit against Mariano Rivera, because he's death on lefties because the cutter's moving in. But he has had a pitch to deal with righties now, where he uses the two-seamer coming in.
And Mo, just a totally different level. But Mariano also used that cutter on the inside part. You're right, Michael. The two-seamer, the sinker, but cutter in, cutter away.
Count 2-2. Rip foul.
There's your changeup right there, Michael. And yeah, you see where it ended up. It ended up down and in on the zone, but it was a good enough changeup with movement, and Johnny Damon was out in front and pulled the foul. But you see his grip, the infamous circle changeup.
And the 2-2. Rip fair over the first base bag and down the right field line. Jeter is moving to third. Damon stops at second. Yankees are set up second and third, nobody out.
Again, this is a pretty good piece of hitting because he showed him the changeup and then he tried to sneak in a fastball. You know, he went from like 83 to 91, but Johnny Damon, good enough hitter to realize that that ball is inside. He turns on it, hooks it right down the line. Cheat's got a little hitch in his giddy up today. You see that? Back foot still kind of barking from being hit.
Big crowd here at the stadium. A Wednesday matinee, final game of this homestand. And here is Hideki Matsui. He had such a big hit in the 8th inning yesterday to tie the game after a classic at bat. And that one is lofted to left center. Might not get a run in. Adam Lynn makes the catch, and he flips the ball in, cut off by Encarnacion. Jeter stays put. I don't know if Jeter even was feeling good if he would risk that.
You saw him as he was tagging up. He kept looking at Robbie Thompson, and you know your job as a runner is to tag up on everything, and especially at third base. And you know it's Robbie Thompson's call. The ball is in front of the left fielder where he's going to make a throw. You see Jeet keep looking over there, and it just make him make the throw and take your chances. You still only have one out.
Well, that ball took the way toward the infield. This wind is blowing in from left center field.
Yankees will give up the run, or the Blue Jays will give up the run. The infield is back. They were back also for Matsui. Here's Alex Rodriguez. There's that changeup.
The movement on that almost looks like a serve.
So to the point about now, that pitch looks like he can hit it and it drops off the plate. But if that lefty was standing there, watch where this ends up. You know, lefty will wave over that as well. But normally they'll see that as a ball out of Romero's hand quicker and easier than a right-hander.
The 0-1. They're going to come home. And Jeter is going to get back in time and everybody's safe.
I'll tell you what, you don't see too many things out on the field that still surprise you, but Derek Jeter's instincts on the bases, bar none, are the best I've ever seen. I mean, that most people just stop in the middle of the baseline here, getting a run down. Jeet stops, gets back. Great base running play. Your job as a runner right there at a double play ball, obviously you have to run from third base. Don't assume that they're going to, you got to try to make them turn the double play. I mean, that he was smart enough to realize they threw behind him. He stopped. He got back. Now all of a sudden Romero's still one out with bases loaded. Now, if you're pitching, I don't know if you like that play or not.
Well, Encarnacion panicked a little bit. Gave it up a little too soon.
Here's Posada with the bases loaded. And Romero deals. Fouled away.
And you can't say enough about it. I mean, as a base runner, you know you're going to try to beat the throw home, but you usually end up in a rundown and you try to get the guys over. To be able to stop and get back there, it looks so easy on TV. Just quick decision, knows exactly what's happening in the play in front of him.
There's a changeup.
Now, tell me how many times in a count do you think you need to show? I mean, you're a great changeup pitcher. Everybody knows you've got a great changeup. How many times in a count do you feel comfortable throwing a changeup?
If you feel as comfortable as Romero, I throw it all the time. I throw it again. I mean, after that last swing, I throw it until the hitter proved he couldn't hit it.
There's a fastball, probably just setting up for another changeup. And as a hitter, I always felt like if I saw a pitch 2-3 times in a count, I'm going to start seeing it better and better. But you're right. I mean, this is his bread and butter. You can't get away from trying to trick them.
And I think that differentiates what you're saying. If it's a matter of you're equal across the board with your pitches, then you would set them up to your next pitch.
This could be a double play, and it's bobbled and booted. They get Posada at first. Jeter scores, and the Yankees lead 1-0. And Romero's defense is kind of deserting him here in the bottom of the first.
Well, this was tailor-made. There's no doubt about it. Jorge gets a fastball away, kind of gets jammed. No heads up enough to know who's running and get one out, but as a pitcher, you got to figure, you've already given the Yankees like 4 or 5 outs, and chances are that a team this good with that many outs in an inning can score some runs. Ball came up on him a little bit.
Happened in yesterday's game as well. The ball skipping up on him.
Second and third now with 2 outs. Here's Robinson Cano. And there's a strike.
Dangerous at bat here for both teams. I mean, what a difference of going in the first inning down 1-0. For a base hit right here is 3-0. So big at bat, both sides,
especially after giving away outs.
Is it 20 pitches? Over his last 8 games, Cano 16 for 34. That's 471. And the 1-1.
Big old curveball there, and we haven't seen a lot of those. He threw it, obviously because he's got a left-hander up there.
Well, I think Joe West called this high. Let's see where Raul Chavez caught it. He caught it in the zone. Big break to it.
Cano calls time. Cano has the average up to 316, 17 homers, 58 ribbies. A.J. Burnett looking for more runs. Makes his day a little bit easier. The 2-1. High fly ball, center field. Vernon Wells is there, and that'll do it. But the Yankees get a run on 1 hit. No errors, at least none scored. And 2 men left. We played 1. A.J. Burnett has a 1-0 lead. fans can watch live Yes Network games on their PCs and laptops. If you're an Optimum Online and IOTV customer who watches Yes, go to YesNetwork.com to get more information and sign up for your subscription now. Top of the second inning, Yankees lead 1-0. And Randy Ruiz will lead off. After watching him yesterday, you should throw him nothing but breaking balls, and that's what A.J. Burnett does. He seems to wave at those and can get around on a fastball. And the 1-0. That one's driven deep to left center field. No chance for anyone. See ya! Oh, a long drive for Ruiz to tie the game at 1. He threw him a fastball.
Well, you said it. It started off with a breaking ball last night. Java Chamberlain threw him a fastball. He hit it up about a third of the way down the right field foul pole. This he gets all of. This is a middle inner half. A.J. Burnett, Posada knew it right away. He's having a heck of a year. This guy spent 11 years in the minor leagues. Randy Ruiz, 3 batting champions titles, 25 home runs down in Vegas. I know it's a hitter's league, but as you say, Michael, this guy can hit a fastball.
You know, I tell you one thing. A lot of if you look at that last swing,
foul straight back here.
Oh, that's close, Michael. A lot of power guys, long swing. This is a short, quick swing, and I tell you what, this is one of those guys that when they hit him immediately, you know it's gone. Melky Cabrera kind of gave it a courtesy jog over there, but to go to left center field in Yankee Stadium on a no-doubter, he's got some power.
Pitch to Encarnacion inside.
Ruiz grew up in the Bronx. His dad actually worked at Shea Stadium. And yesterday as a player, he played a little bit with the Twins in the big leagues, but as a player, first time he ever was at Yankee Stadium last night.
Graduated from James Monroe High School in the Bronx, which is right off Bruckner Boulevard. And Ed Kranepool of the Mets went to James Monroe. And my dad went to James Monroe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Making those Monroe, what were they, the Red Raiders?
Did you just make up Red Raiders?
Just threw one out there. Boy.
That one is looped. First base foul territory. Nick Swisher got a good jump and hauled it in. 1 out. Now, I guess pitchers have an ego, Al, because obviously the scouting reporters don't throw this guy fastball. So does the pitcher think, well, he can hit fastballs, but not my fastball?
Yeah, well, especially if you're A.J. Burnett.
Right.
If you're packing 88, 89 mile an hour, you might not feel the same way.
You're not real proud of it at that point?
You better hit the corners. But, early in the game especially, A.J., here's a guy who throws in the mid-90s.
With sink. I mean, a lot of sinker ball pitchers don't give up a lot of home runs. I mean, obviously, if you have to throw a good sinking fastball, they're not going to drive it out of the park.
Michael, there's plenty of basic hitters, and Paul was one of them, that, you sit on a fastball, they'll hit a fastball. This doesn't mean you can't throw fastballs to a fastball hitter. You'd see a lot of pitchers just throwing breaking balls.
Popped up behind the plate, Posada. 2 outs. Paul, did you ever sit on a fastball, get it right where you want it, and it just blew right by you?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
And I sat on a fastball every single pitch. I hit off a fastball. I was able to adjust down a little bit, but I think you have to look fastball. And there are guys, and those are the special type of pitchers that even when you're looking fastball, they'll throw it by you. And again, we talked about it yesterday. There's a lot more of those kind of guys in the league, in the bullpens now. Guys that throw 96, 97 miles an hour. And that's it's not what you're accustomed to seeing day in and day out.
Well, you mentioned a couple last night or the night before about certain pitchers that they'll register 95, but it doesn't feel or look like 95. You mentioned about Randy Johnson just got up on you. You didn't pick it up. That's another part of velocity and pitching, Michael, is deception.
England slaps one into center field for a 2-out single.
So there might be somebody who throws 95 and the hitter just sees it out of his hand and it just doesn't look 95. And then somebody else who may be throwing 89, 90, 91 and they don't pick it up.
I tell you what, if I was a scout or I was a manager and you want a scouting report on a pitcher, you can throw a lot of the numbers away. Because you show me a guy who throws 92 that doesn't get hit hard a lot, I'd much rather have him than that guy that's lighting up the radar gun that continually is getting hit hard. And some guys have great stuff, but they get hit hard, and it's just the hitters see the ball well. You don't have a lot of movement.
Pitch to Scudero is a breaking ball strike. Overcast day, but Scudero wearing glasses and Inglet wearing that eye black.
Never understood how guys could hit with glasses on. It just, I mean, the key to hitting is picking up the baseball, picking up the seams on the baseball, the rotation. Never could pick up the seams as well with sunglasses. Just didn't work for me.
Did you ever use eye black?
Yeah, until you start rubbing it all over the place and it ends up all over your face. So
like Alice Cooper.
Wasn't a big fan of that one either. Some people look better with eye black. I mean, Mattingly looked like he needed to wear eye black. It just fit his face, you know. Or Tino looked good in his eye black. And then there were some guys that just didn't work for.
Why didn't you use the tape?
That's the newer version. Yeah, you just throw a little tape patch on there. There you go. That looks like the real stuff.
You were right about Mattingly. You just pictured Nani wearing that at Christmas in Evansville. You know, like you walk in his house, he'd have eye black on. Runner goes. Fouled away. Now, does it do anything for you other than make you look tough? I mean, does it actually cut down glare?
It's supposed to, you know, absorb the glare. I didn't notice a big difference. Again, everybody has their things that work for them or don't, and it didn't work for me.
Of course it works. It has to. Why would they put it on? Have you ever been? How about if you
Roger Clemens actually wore eye black once on the mound?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was to look tough, I would think, not because the glare was bothering him.
Couldn't pick up the sign.
The 1-2. Fouled away.
Wow, it works. It guarantees it worked. Why? Because it has to?
No, the reflection. If you're at a beach, I remember there was a warning track
on the beach.
No, listen, warning track in Dunedin. It was white shells in the spring training,
exactly.
And you run on it, and the reflection off it, you couldn't see. So if you had the eye black, it wouldn't be reflection.
Hey, you know what? He also buys that face cream you put on. It makes you look 20 overnight. Does that work for you, too?
Obviously not.
He didn't use it last night. Runner goes. Ground ball and through for base hit past the diving Jeter. Inglet will go to third. Scudero picks up a single.
And I tell you what, the first couple pitches out of the chute today, A.J. Burnett, you're thinking, man, he's got no chance of getting hit. And all of a sudden, you know, he's getting some balls out over the plate. Scudero, we've talked to him about him and what type of year he's having. He's going to put a good at-bat together. Blue Jays all of a sudden are battling him every inning.
Scrappy Marco Scudero. Just a solid all-around player.
There's Aaron Hill. He struck out looking in the first inning. Fastball right down the middle. Top of the second inning, 1-1 game. Nice stop there by Posada. Fastball's really moving, maybe too much. He had that movement on Friday against the Red Sox. That's why he walked, I believe, 5 batters, despite giving up just 1 hit, 6 batters. Swing and a miss.
Now, did you ever look back on some of your bigger games? I mean, the last game he pitched, by far, you know, stuff-wise, but every single pitch, those games take a lot out of you. I mean, that is a pitcher's duel he just came out of. You ever notice your next couple times out that, you know, you just don't have? But he came out with great velocity today.
Absolutely. No, that's a good point. You know, there's a difference between throwing 100, 105 pitches that kind of come out effortlessly, and you mentioned the Red Sox series, obviously a big series. And then there's a little bit of a reprieve of some sort during your 5-day routine, Dave Allen, and the pitching coach, where you want to try to find a spot where maybe you don't throw as much, either in playing catch or maybe your side day. If it's normally 15 minutes, you might cut it back a little bit. Plus, also too, in that 7 2/3, with the 6 walks, there were some moments that, even though only the 1 hit and no runs, he pitched out of some jams because of it. So then it becomes that much more force to get the outs.
Count 2-2. AJ's getting up to a very high pitch count for just 2 innings, 43 pitches. But with 2 outs and runners in scoring position so far this year, opponents are 12 for 64 against Burnett. That's 188. And the 2-2. He struck him out on a breaking ball. And Hill strands 2. But the Blue Jays tie the score. They tied it on a fastball that was redirected by that man, Randy Ruiz. He went deep into the Blue Jay bullpen in left center field. But the Jays strand 2. We go to the bottom of the second, 1-1. The Pirates in the deal that brought Jack Wilson to the Mariners, 2-8, 5.42 against CC Sabathia. Our coverage on Yes will begin at 9:30, and all the play-by-play first pitch right around 10:05 from Safeco Field. 4-game set against Seattle. Here's CC. Nick Swisher will lead off here in the bottom of the second inning. It's a 1-1 game. Ricky Romero got in trouble in the first inning, gave up just 1 run. Pitches outside. Now you keep saying that he's less effective against lefties. So why wouldn't a switch hitter like Nick Swisher bat left-handed against?
Some guys just don't feel comfortable because that's always been what they've done. Left-handed pitcher, you bat right-handed. But if there's a history over a period of time, and Romero, say in this instance, has dominated Swisher, they would try that. I had switch hitters that did that. They started batting left-handed off me.
How'd they do?
I forget. One that comes to mind is Carlos Baerga. He started batting left-handed against me because I had that cutter that went into the righty.
Boy, did you.
I was actually, I would rather have faced right-handers than left-handers because of how I pitched with the cutter boring in on the righty, and it was away from the lefty. A guy like Paul O'Neill stayed on the ball, just it was perfect left center kind of approach.
3-1.
Whoa.
Whip foul. Nice play by the ball boy.
You see that against Tim Wakefield a lot. The knuckleballers, some of the switch hitters will hit right-handed and feel a little more comfortable. But the thing about a switch hitter is they're not ever used to picking up the ball that looks like it's going to hit you. I mean, Nick Swisher gets Gets out a little too quick, hooks it foul, hits it hard. But
and he works the wall. Now, the two guys in the booth with me know this, but baseball clubhouses are unforgiving. They'll jump on you. They're going to make fun of you. They'll take the slightest thing that you've done wrong, and they won't let you forget it. Well, Rob Thompson waved home Mark Teixeira yesterday, and Teixeira was blown out by about 56, 57 feet. And Mick Kelleher and Charlie Wansowitz went to Rob Thompson and said, boy, Michael Kay killed you on yes. And so did Leiter and O'Neill. I mean, they tried to protect you, but Kay just kept piling on, which we didn't do. And I talked to Robbie, and I didn't know that they had said that. And then they told me that they said it, and here's the play. And Robbie, to his undying credit, said, I completely fouled up. Sometimes you have a brain cramp, and I misread the play, and I fouled up. He said, all I cared about was that Mark didn't get hurt. He said, that's what you worry about when you send somebody too soon. But he talked with me, and he was telling me exactly, what was going through his mind and this and that. And I didn't know that the guys had told him that I had crushed him. So I went back out later, and I said, listen, these guys are lying. I did not say that on the air. He goes, you know why I didn't say anything? He goes, because I deserved it. He goes, if you had crushed me, I'd have been fine with it. I said, well, they're lying.
Yeah, but if Charlie's involved, exactly. It's got a little barb on the end of it. You need that. You know how long a baseball season is? If you don't do that, it adds a lot to the fun of the year.
Charlie Wands and who?
And Mick Kelleher. And they said, you better not tell him. I said, I am telling him, because then he's going to hate me for ripping him. I said it was a bad send, but I didn't jump him or anything.
Well, I could see Charlie because he's in there charting, but Mick, what was that? Must have been the encore version?
I guess. I guess. Here's the 1-2 to Hinsky. Breaking ball, strike three. So he didn't go with the changeup there. He threw him a breaking ball, and Hinsky down looking.
Well, you can see sometimes Romero will throw that great changeup, then he'll throw that good curveball that he throws to lefties. And you see why the Toronto Blue Jays are so high on this guy. I mean, that's a big, big curveball on the left-hander.
You know what? He throws it so infrequently that you get the lock up there, as Eric Hinsky just did, where they're seeing the fastball slider combination and then the big curveball. Can't pull the trigger.
So 1 on, 1 out, and here's Melky Cabrera. Snap throw to first, and Swisher gets back, and Overbay picks the throw out of the dirt, at least knocks it down. Chavez showing off the arm.
Not afraid either, Michael. 45% of the runners trying to steal have been caught stealing by him. A little Benito Santiago-esque right there.
The 1-0. 2-0. Along with Paul O'Neill and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes. Bottom of the second inning. Yankees and the Blue Jays are tied at 1. Thanks for spending part of your Wednesday afternoon with us. The 2-0. 3-0 from Romero. Now, Romero is an unbelievable pitcher in the day. 6-1, 2.78. At night, he's 4-4 with a 4.22. But I wonder, it's daylight, but the lights are on, so how do we count this one? There's a strike.
Day game to me, Michael. You had to get out of bed early. Pancakes a little earlier than normal,
You have pancakes every day when you play?
Absolutely.
Every day.
I'm sure there were some exceptions.
Pop up, shallow right center. And England makes the forward dive.
That's what, as an outfitter, you've made your mind up you're going to dive, and then as you dive, you're like, why am I diving? I don't need to dive here. But already kind of pulled the trigger. It looked like it was going to be an in-betweener, but then it kind of hung up, and I'll dive anyway.
Versatile guy. Joe England for the Blue Jays. Infielder, played plays the corner, outfield. Done a nice job. He made a great catch earlier in the series. Line drive over his head.
It'd be tough to get one out. That's why Ruiz's home run was so impressive. Wind blowing straight in here at the stadium. Al, does it annoy you as much as it annoys me that if I had pancakes every day of my life, they'd be lowering me into the ground in a piano case?
Right. But as much, forget about just the pancakes. It's constant every inning.
And then the guy's
You know
thin.
what?
I know.
It's a fact. You got to eat to stay going. You just don't take big breaks. And it's like a baseball game. A little bit at a time. A couple runs here, a couple runs there.
That's my most frequently asked question from people. Does he really eat that much? I go, yeah. It's not a lie. He does.
And I thought it was a lie until now working with him.
Constant.
Yeah.
He's got 29 waist.
No, come on now.
The 0-1. Chop towards short. Scudero's there, and they get the force at second, and that's going to do it.
See you guys. I'm going to eat.
No runs, no hits, no errors. One man left. We played two. It's a 1-1 game in the Bronx. Then, I guess, under the watchful eye of Gene Monahan and Joe Girardi, they decided, you know what, he should be out there. Remember, he got hit on the back foot by Romero in the first inning. Ended up scoring a run, but they take him out of the game and they replace him with Ramiro Pena. As soon as we get information on Jeter, we will pass him along. So Ramiro Pena takes over at shortstop. Let's take a look at how Jeter got hurt in the first inning.
Well, obviously, Jeter's not happy about this, but this is something that clearly is bothering him enough. And as you say, Michael, this is the last at bat. Watch him coming out of the box there, just hobbling along. And hey, you got to make sure they have him down the stretch. And this is a smart move right here.
So Pena will be leading off, and he's playing shortstop. Here's Adam Lynn, and there's a strike. On the Modell's scoreboard, we have a 1-1 game, and Modell's is the official sporting goods retailer of the New York Yankees. Shattered bat, and they test out Pena right away, and it goes by him. The baseball gods are wicked sometimes, so you take a guy cold off the bench and hit a difficult hop to him, and we'll see how they score that. And they give him a base hit.
Well, it was off the end of the bat, broken bat. You heard the crack, and it usually has a strange spin. It'll end up checking up somewhat. But you mentioned it, Michael. Pena obviously just coming out there. Maybe was able to get a couple ground balls during infield. What's this spin? It looks like it's going to his right and then backs up. It's like a little wedge. Yeah.
Here's Overbay. He fouls away. Yeah, he took some ground balls, but they were thrown by Nick Swisher, so there's a different spin to it. The 0-1. There's a strike. One of the neat signs of a day game in the summer is you see the camps are here in force. So you see these pockets of kids around the ballpark wearing the same color shirts. So camp got together, brought them to Yankee Stadium. The 0-2. Swung on this. Off-speed pitch, Overbay strikes out.
A bad road trip for a camp, right? It's an old summer camp, jump on the bus, come to Yankee Stadium.
Speaking of kids, today after the postgame on Yes, don't miss Yankees on Deck for a personal tour of Robinson Cano's hometown in the Dominican Republic, including the Latin Baseball Academy. It's Yankees on Deck today after the postgame, and don't miss the season finale this Sunday morning at 11:30, only on Yes. That's the red-shirted camp. There's Vernon Wells. Pitch is high. You ever go to camp?
Summer camp in the Midwest isn't like here. You know, a lot of, you don't have those summer, everybody, you know, you played Little League Baseball, and that's what you did every day. You didn't like go to summer camp and hang out there all day. But my kids, when I played here, went to summer camp. So it's kind of a new experience for me.
There's a base hit in the center field off the bat of Vernon Wells as Adam Lynn moves to second. So first and second, one out. Any can for you out?
No, just baseball. Curveball. When AJ gets a little bit around his curveball and it's a little bit tighter, it has crossed between kind of that slurve velocity. He's on top of it. He gets a little bit of a slower speed to it. It's got bigger break.
Here's Randy Ruiz. Let's see if he tries to sneak a fastball by him again. He does, and this time it's pounded to short. There's one. On to first. It's a double play. And that time the fastball did work. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. This 6-4-3 ended this half. It's 1-1. Have innings limits placed on them. The choices are yes or no, 1 or 2. You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply.
You know, it's kind of like life. You only got 2, a yes or no. The text poll, huh?
That's right. And Java Chamberlain is going to pitch next Wednesday. So he's going to have about 8 days between starts. Or 7. Pitched yesterday. And the Yankees continue to maneuver with these Java rules. The Modell scoreboard, it's 1-1, 1-6-0, leading 1-1-0. Modell's the official sporting goods retailer of the Yankees. I was talking with Joe Girardi and Susan Waldman on the field, and they were both asking me, why is this such a big deal with the Jabba innings? And I said, well, because no one knows what the story is. You haven't laid it out. You haven't said, well, this is when he's going to pitch, and this is how we're going to get these innings. This is the innings limit. I said, so every time a new piece of information unfolds, it becomes a big story. And Jabba Chamberlain is a fan favorite here in New York, and people just don't have enough information about it. And Jabba answers the questions well. It doesn't seem like it bothers him. So the next time he'll go will be Wednesday. He has 121.2 innings. Now, the most he's ever thrown in any year is 100 innings. And usually they don't like to increase you by more than 40%. I guess they could go to 150. It's going to be tough, but Brian Cashman said he will be in the rotation the rest of the year. So what they're going to do is they're going to have to give him extra rest every now and then. That one's drilled deep to right. See ya! Home run, Johnny Damon. 2-1 Yankees.
There's your theory, Michael. You throw some left-handers in against Romero. Johnny Damon, I mean, that's not a misprint. 22nd home run. Fastball out over the plate. And there's one guy that I watch day in and day out and don't understand is Johnny Damon. I mean, he'll break 4 or 5 bats, and then he'll absolutely throw 2-iron out there into the stands. I mean, he's had a great year power-wise. Big part of this offense.
Here's Hideki Matsui. That one banged off the Modell sign on the facing of Damon's deck out there and right. So 22 homers and 67 ribbies. And Damon now has 5 home runs in his last 9 games.
Yeah, this is real speed. I mean, Johnny Damon, he's putting the barrel on the bat. He's learning. It seems like he's learned to hit in this stadium where he gets the ball inside. He doesn't fight it off anymore. He's kind of spinning on it.
Matsui down.
Well, his career high. Damon had 24 home runs in 06, his first year with the Yanks. So he's going to break that, you would think.
Johnny, a free agent at the end of this year, so loves hitting in this ballpark. He said over and over, I want to come back to the Yankees, but that's a decision that will be made during the offseason. Here's Alex Rodriguez. High drive, left field, but he didn't get it. Lynn puts it away for the second out. Let's take a look now for the G moment. And the G moment was another back-to-back situation last night.
This ball right here, I mean, that was absolutely crushed. And that was, I don't know, 8th or 9th pitch of the bat. And Jorge Posada, like I said, the fans didn't even get to sit down. Great play by the fan.
3 straight games the Yankees have had back-to-back home runs. No team has done that in 4 straight games since the Twins in 1964. See, the Yankees have that opportunity. They just did have an opportunity, but Matsui struck out. 2-1 Yankees lead. Count 1-1 to Posada. Posada got a ground ball RBI in the first inning. Should have been an inning-ending double play where the Yankees didn't get any runs, but the ball was booted by Hill. He still had to play at first. Rip foul. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. And the 1-2. 2-2. Romero in the first half of the year, 7-3, 3.00. Second half, 3-2 with a 5.65. You don't know if he's running into just a rookie wall or people are a little bit more wise to the way he pitches. Blue Jays got a lot of grief when they selected Romero, and then Troy Tulowitzki ended up being an unbelievable player. 53 pitches for Romero. But it's tougher to get a great pitcher than it is a great shortstop. And Tulowitzki actually started off the season very poorly, but when they replaced the manager, Clint Hurdle, it seems like he's on the upswing again. But the Blue Jays look a little better with Romero pitching as well as he has as he strikes out Jorge Posada. But the Yankees take the lead here in the third inning. A leadoff home run by Johnny Damon up against the facing of Damon's death. We go to the fourth inning. It's 2-1 Yanks. Quit line quiz. Johnny Damon just did a home run to give the Yankees a lead, so we thought, hey, let's get back to his major league debut. And he made his major league debut in '95. He was with the Royals. It was against Seattle. Off whom did he get his first hit? We'll find out the bottom of the fourth inning. And if you want a clue, and we really shouldn't give clues.
I'm going to guess. Go ahead and give a clue. Oh,
Don't,
George.
No, don't guess.
Why?
Don't do that.
I'm wrong most of the time anyway.
Doesn't matter.
You face this
That's
pitcher
it?
in the 1995 playoffs.
It'd be no longer. It'd be my last telecast if I guess. You know what? 95. It'd take me a while to figure out who was pitching then. So.
I think it's obvious.
Oh, it is. He only faced one pitcher in the 95 playoffs?
No, I mean, it's a big name guy.
Well, we'll find out in the bottom fourth. And don't guess, Paul. We couldn't lose you. We couldn't go on.
Got me confused out here. I don't even want to throw a guess now.
Go on. In the count, 0-2 to Edwin Encarnacion. The pitch.
Talking about the Blue Jays with some flexibility in their salary by getting rid of Alex Rios.
I just wrote down my answer, by the way.
I'll write down what I think it is.
Just say it.
No, I'm not going to say it. Line drive. Oh, what a play by Pena. Taking a base hit away from Encarnacion. Pena in for the injured Jeter. Makes a great play, diving to the backhand side.
Pena's here for his glove, and that's one reason why he's a backup for the Yankees. Defensively sound. It's a great play there. Look at that.
Here's Raul Chavez. He pops it up. CANO is there. 2 away.
You know, Al, you and I, again, will probably have a little different philosophy on this. As me, I'm like, there's another hit stolen, and you're thinking, that's a great play, another out for me, right?
Well, if you're wearing a Yankee cap and you're standing in right field, you're also high-fiving too.
The update on Derek Jeter, he left with a right foot contusion, which means a bruised foot. And he's going to undergo x-rays here at the stadium. So that hasn't really advanced the story. We know why he left. Let's see what the x-rays said. Here's Joe Inglet. Take a look at the Coors Light freeze cam, and we are going to freeze it right there. The whole body in the air. That was a necessary dive.
Extension. Nice play, athleticism. It's fun. Come out and watch a baseball game and see a play like that.
Now, AJ liked it so much that he actually watched it on the scoreboard, that play. Let's see, wow, that was pretty good. Yeah, a little clap. You ever say thank you verbally to a guy if he makes a great play?
Yeah.
You ever say, how could you do that if he makes an error? No. Never.
You thought it many times. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Ground ball to second. CANO right there. And the Blue Jays go down in order. 1, 2, 3. 7-pitch inning for A.J. Burnett. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 2-1 Yanks. Quiz. Okay, what was your guess, Paul?
Said Chris Bosio. You said Andy Benes.
Let's see.
Randy Johnson.
Tim Belcher.
Tim Belcher.
Leyritz hit that home run off of him
That's
in
right.
the 95 series. Yeah.
Was that the series where he came in and took the camera at Yankee Stadium?
Right after
that was
play.
it.
Yeah.
Right after the Leyritz home run. And then the Yankees went to Seattle and lost 3 straight.
Now you had to finish the story. I'm like, it was fun at that point, wasn't it? We went out there up 2-0.
Yeah, you guys didn't need a plane
No.
after that. Here's Robinson Cano. By the way, I've always said that when losing those 3 games, how many lives have changed? Buck Showalter doesn't come back. Joe Torre gets the job. Maybe they don't make the trade for Tino Martinez. Maybe Mattingly stays. I mean, the whole next 12 years is completely different. That one's drilled deep to right. There it goes. See ya. Deep into the second deck. A solo shot for Robinson Cano. And the Yankees lead 3-1. With a 10-game hitting streak with that home run, 18th home run of the year.
Boy, we were talking about the ball inside, outside. He pulls the pitch inside. He knew it all the way. That ball was well struck. 18th home run, second home run of the series. He's having a heck of a homestand. Just sees the ball stays middle of the plate, inside, inner half.
Well, you said it, his second home run of the season or of the series, and his first home run was on the same pitch from a lefty, inside. When Robbie looks for lefties to go up the middle the other way, he's so quick inside.
Cano's career high with home runs is 19, so he's one away from that. There's a strike. Got to give some credit to our partner Al Leiter in the pitching scatter report on Ricky Romero. He mentioned how lefties hit him. Yankees have 3 hits, all by lefties, 2 by Damon and 1 by Cano.
He's in here for an hour doing that thing. In-depth reporting.
You know what? You just saw it, but he spent all last night when he got home working on the same stuff.
Video scouting, called some advanced reports.
That's impressive.
That's our Al.
Where do you get those numbers, by the way?
I got guys there behind the home plate with the radar gun.
Do you use computers, Paul?
Yeah, when my son Andy's around to help me with it. I'm not real good at that.
Count 2 and 2. That's where he gets his numbers.
Well, the thing is, though, my wife always asks me, why don't you do it yourself? Well, for me to figure it out, it takes 20 minutes. For him to do it, it takes 20 seconds. So, you know, it's just conserving time.
Well, one day he's going to go up to college, then you'll never get
he's always there. He's always there. He's always a phone call away.
And then you just move on to Allie to do it.
She's pretty good, too.
The 2-2 is outside 3 and 2.
You know, you look at some of these home runs that were hit this series, and you know everybody talks about the new Yankee Stadium and how are the ball carried. I mean, we have seen some absolute bombs. Matsui's ball last night, Cano's ball. I mean, these the ones that just scraped the wall. But you get up into the second deck and this area up in here. I'll tell you what, those are home runs anywhere, any ballpark.
Overbay hit the sharper image side.
Yeah. Got that baseball weather, you know, the hot, kind of muggy, humid weather.
Now, Posada's home run yesterday, that might not have been a home run anywhere.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But most of them are jacks. I mean, Ruiz's home run is a home run anywhere. 3-2. And Swisher walks for the second time today.
One thing you watch when you watch Swisher at every at bat. I mean, he gets deep into counts, he draws walks, continually, you know, just puts pressure on the pitcher to throw the ball over the plate. Has a great eye.
Here's Hensky. And there's a strike.
I still think that the element of having faced the Yanks when you were playing, and then the element with what we just saw with Nick Swisher, a pitcher can get through a lineup and struggle, even though he throws up zeros and maybe shutting the Yankees out, but has to work to get the outs. And it's so much different than an aggressive team that's swinging early in the count, become predictable. You know, they just wait you out enough. Before you know it, you look up. If you're the manager of the opposing team, you're in 5th, 6th inning, and he's 100 pitches.
Lefty batters 3 for 7 against Romero with the 2 home runs, and righties have yet to hit him, although Nick Swisher, switch hitter batting from the right side, has walked twice.
You talk about the left-hander thing. We've seen Romero throw some really good curveballs to lefties today, but you haven't seen enough of them. You know, both home runs to left-handers of Damon and Cano were on fastballs. I mean, these fastballs can be set up a lot better because, I mean, he doesn't have to shy away from that curveball. He's got a good one. I think you get so intent on throwing that change up to righties that you kind of maybe lose the feel for that curveball, and if lefties are giving you problems, you have to throw that more, especially early in the count.
Oh, they had Swisher picked off. They just didn't make a good enough throw or quick enough. He was actually going, and Romero had the ball.
So even if the lefty doesn't have a great move, if you're able to,
he was out.
Slap tag by Overbay.
Different from that angle.
Oh, Rapuano right on top of it.
Let's see.
Yeah, he got him. Bang, bang.
Overbay didn't argue.
That'll hold a running game with a lefty. Just hold in the cadence. Don't just do the same thing every time. 1-1002, go home. Hold the ball.
That was definitely a timing thing. Every once in a while, pitchers get in such a rhythm, you can almost count in your head, 1001, 1002, or whatever the number is, and you saw Nick Swisher just take off on that number, and he just happened to switch it up on that pitch. I'm looking at the picture here. You see that necklace? That's the magnetic necklace. Does that work too?
Very well. I think so. Everybody wears it. A lot of the guys are wearing it. Increase the circulation of your blood. Magnet. Yeah. That's what they say.
Remember when Hideki Arabu was here?
Oh, you know what?
He'd have magnets all over his body.
Little band-aids.
Yeah, little
band-aids. What the heck is he doing? They're all over him. But they were little magnets that supposedly helped him recover after he pitched. And there's that curveball again. I mean, it's
Hinsky's not in love with that call. And Joe West says, "Don't argue with me."
Don't.
How dare you? He said, I mean, this is a curveball, a big breaker. This is obviously out of the zone. But the left-handed hitter, you'll see another angle, I'm sure. But this looks like one of those 50-50 calls.
Well, still don't know the rule on it. The intent to hit, the intent to swing, crossing the plate.
Now, I know, Paul, one thing that really chaps you is that you don't think the home plate umpire should ever make that call.
I don't. I think that, his job is to call balls and strikes where they hit the catcher, or, where they cross the plate, not to watch where the batter swings. And I think you'd have far less arguments if they would always just check. Because that's your only argument, check. Don't you call it, check. Well, if they check, then you can't argue with him.
Well, your point is that you can't see both. But watch Joe West's eyes. He's watching the location. Then now with Hinsky's bat the way he held, a lot of times hitters will quickly pull back. And to Paul's point, if they are looking at the location, how can they see the swing at the same time?
What do umpires say? I'm sure you mentioned that.
I didn't need help.
But how could they look at both? How can you actually?
Because he was holding it there. You see that?
The way he held it was a check.
See, now you sound like me when I'm talking to Joe West. How can you look at both of those? You're supposed to be watching. I didn't need help. Okay.
And then it gave you a country CD.
Yeah, exactly.
Get darker here at the stadium. That one past everybody. Nick Swisher on second. Oh, he thought about third, but decides to stop. And they're going to give the error to Romero.
Well, unless this is part of his repertoire throwing over, you can see it was surprised Overbay more than anything else. I don't know, maybe Overbay would have had a better shot at it had he known that Romero was going to do that.
You watch Romero's reaction. He thought the ball should have been caught, and I think he caught Overbay and not Swisher.
Yankees still have to get the top of the 5th inning in to make this an official game. Wind really whipping up now. There's a ground ball, third base. Encarnacion gets Cabrera for the second out.
See the throw over. You watch his reaction. Like, oh, come on. Are you kidding me?
Here's Pena. There's that changeup. Pena took over for Jeter. Jeter was open. 1. And scored a run. 75 pitches for Romero.
All of a sudden you have a runner in scoring position. A little different at bat. Pitching to Jeter or pitching to Pena if you're Romero. You got to try to take advantage of this. Try to save another run.
High pop up. Center field. Wells is there. And that'll do it. But the Yankees had another run. They added via the home run. Robinson Cano. His 18th bomb of the year. And this one was a bomb. 1 away from his career high. We go to the 5th. Yankees up 3-1. Thank you, Nancy. Here in the Bronx, top of the 5th inning, Yankees lead 3-1. Top of the order for the Blue Jays against A.J. Burnett. Breaking ball is low and away. They have to get this inning to make it official. On the Lexus scoreboard, it's 3-1. Once they play the top of the 5th, if the home team has the lead, then it's an official game even if it rains.
You have a weather report out there?
No, I have eyeballs. It looks pretty nasty upstairs. There's a ground ball and bobble by Pena. He stays with it. 1 away. Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by J&R Music and Computer World and by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicle of the New York Yankees. Well, Al, you heard Nancy Newman say that Pedro will get the start tonight against the Cubs. How do you think he does?
Just watching some of the tapes, and I know it was in minor leagues, but I think he's going to be fine. It's going to be a matter of recuperation and how he can respond after each start. He's coming back. They've watched him close enough. This isn't some sort of sideshow just bringing Pedro into the mix with the Phillies. Obviously, they got a great ball club. But I think with his moxie, and even though he's in his latter years, he's always had a good changeup. He's got good breaking stuff. Obviously, it's a command, and as to whether he's able to maintain the stuff start after start, that's what I think you look close at.
I really think, even to this point, people get seduced by what Pedro used to be. You saw him last year with the Mets, and he wasn't the same guy. Now, I know he was coming off surgery, and people say he knows how to pitch, but can he make those pitches? Yeah, he knows what to do to get people out. The question is, does he have the stuff to make those pitches?
Well, the guy he's replacing, Jamie Moore, even though I know 10-plus wins, I think he's around that 10-win mark. But his ERA was very high, Michael, when their decision was as to whether to take out Jay Happ or not.
That's a tough call, taking out Moyer, because 10 wins leads that team, although he has the high ERA. There's Adam Lind on deck. You ever face a tougher pitcher than Pedro in his prime, Paul?
Well, he's definitely up there. I mean, he was on a given night he could be unhittable, and like we talked about the first Boston game, that's probably one of the best pitching performances I've ever seen. He struck out 17 or 18 here one night, and then again he had another one where we lost 1-0 with Clemens. I mean, so he was. The thing about him is that he was a power pitcher, but he was, 150 pounds maybe. Great changeup, great curveball, an overpowering fastball.
Ground ball up the middle and a base hit for Aaron Hill. Now, as for Billy Wagner coming back, which is a report that'll be this weekend, it's a little bit quicker than most people come back from Tommy John surgery. But I was thinking, Al, if anybody's going to come back quicker, it would be a reliever. He doesn't have to throw 7 innings. All he has to do is go in there and throw for an inning.
True, and I'm sure Billy, I think this is his last year.
Yeah,
or maybe there was some sort of option. So
it's an option for next year, which they won't pick up.
So I'm sure he was pushing on it, Michael. And when Billy Wagner's right, I mean, here's a guy, a little fire plug who threw upper 90s. I imagine he's feeling good enough for the Mets. Obviously, they're in a bad spot record-wise in 4th place in the NL East.
I'll tell you what, if he shows that he can pitch, the Mets could trade him.
Yep.
Because a left-hander setting people up, that would be a big addition. There's a strike.
Well, in a lot of ways, for Billy Wagner to come back to show baseball that he could pitch, and for the Mets to accelerate it, because it looks as though they've got an awful lot to get back into it. 9 games under 500, they got to leapfrog 3 teams. As you say, they might be able to get something for him.
Swing and a miss. Breaking ball diving down and in, so he finally retires Lind. 2 outs.
This is the breaking ball that you talk to. Left-handers love the ball down and in. Throw it down and in out of the zone. A.J. Burnett, when he has that good sharp breaker, can be real successful getting lefties out there. We've talked about Toronto many times, kind of falling out of the race. They got off to a great start, played some teams that they were able to beat, but Tampa Bay out in Anaheim, I mean, they've almost put themselves into dire straits. I mean, they're 9 games back now and 4.5 out of the wild card, even behind Boston. So there's nothing worse than having your season change right when you're out on that West Coast. It's like you can't stop it. It just make or break your season out there sometimes.
Is it the team? Is it the team that you play? Is it the travel? Is it the time difference? And you see the wild card standings that Paul's talking about. What is it about the West Coast?
I really did never figure it out, because I mean, it was a fun place to play. The weather was always good, and once you got there, obviously the travel wasn't the most fun part of it, but once you got there, great ballparks, good weather. I don't even think now, obviously with the West, the teams are as strong other than Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
So
Texas is no?
Yeah. So what do you think? I couldn't.
I think the first day or two, I would say there is definitely a jet lag issue. You're going to get in like tomorrow night. They're going to get in, and your clock's off, and then your sleeping time is different. So I think the first couple games matter.
Starting to rain here at the stadium. Yankees need one more out to make this an official game. And the 2-2. 3-2.
Eyeballs were working there, Mikey.
Lights out. Runner's going to go on 3-2 and 2 outs. Hill takes off. And that one's grounded foul. Overbay has walked and struck out. 78 pitches for A.J. Burnett. Looking to pick up his 11th win of the year. Facing his former team, the Toronto Blue Jays. 3 years in Toronto, he is 38-26 with a 3.94 ERA. Goes again. Strike 3. Overbay down looking. And he does not like the call. It is now an official game. In the 5th inning, no runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. The end of 4.5. We're halfway through. The Yankees are up by 2. Yankees lead 3-1. Johnny Damon will lead off. He has a double and a home run, and Romero deals. And there's a strike. On the Lexus scoreboard, 3-3-1 Yanks, 1-7-1 or the Blue Jays. Count 1-1. The Yankees have the best on-base percentage in baseball coming into this game at .360, and the best team OPS, that's on-base percentage plus slugging, at .838, which is the formula that the Yankees have used since the beginning of the 90s when things started to turn a bit. They started to really concentrate on acquiring players that worked the count, took their walks, on-base percentage, and now it's become avant-garde around baseball. Count 2-2. Although you weren't a real walker, Paul, did they bother you about that? Because everybody took a lot of pitches.
No, I think it just becomes, we got comfortable as a veteran team, and I think that you learn more about hitting, obviously, and you learn the strike zone a little bit better. And it's not about going up there and taking strikes. It's about swinging at strikes. And pitchers this day and age, a lot of times if you just swing at strikes, they'll dig holes for themselves. They don't like to throw the ball over the plate.
And I also think with the Yankees, Michael, that it varies with the approach and the pitcher. You see yesterday's game with Scott Richmond, first 3 batters, 5 pitches were thrown, 3 hits.
Time for another look at today's Toyota text poll. Once again, the question: should young pitchers have innings limits placed on them? You've been voting at 58.772. And say no. 70%.
Just blow them out.
30% say yes.
Come on.
So you believe there should be innings limit?
I think within reason, you don't want to abuse a guy. There's a fine line between coddling baby and abusing.
That stat we were talking during the long game against Boston, what was it, Juan Marichal?
Yeah.
Where they had
16 innings, 230 pitches.
Both of them threw 230 pitches. I mean, will that ever happen again? No. To not let a guy. And then Warren Spahn went out and threw a shutout his next time out. So who's to say?
Ground ball up the middle. Scudero steps on second, fires to first, a double play.
Look out here for Rivero. Big breaking ball. Bill wasn't as close as I think he thought. It ended up being a nice little 2-hopper with Scudero playing slide pull with Matsui. Easy 6 unassisted double play. And changeup.
Word on Jeter's x-ray, they are negative. So everything is fine. I'll probably have a swollen foot, which will not be pleasant on a 6-hour flight to Seattle, but there's no break, and that's the most important thing. Now you wonder, does on-base percentage for a team correspond to a winning record? Well, here are the top 5 teams in baseball on-base percentage-wise. The Yankees are 1, the Dodgers are 2, the Angels are 3, the Indians are 4, and the Red Sox are 5. So the Indians, if this was an SAT test, that's the one that doesn't fit. And I guess they're losing, though, not so much because of their offense. They're losing because they have no pitching. And the 1-2. 2-2.
We talked about the flight today, and I tell you one thing, Derek Jeter will walk on that flight today with the infamous Gene Monahan compression wrap.
They just wrap it that tight?
Wrap it tight with the, won't let it, Gino, that's one of his favorite things, a compression wrap.
Oh, a hot shot. Almost ate up Encarnacion, and it's in the corner. Alex Rodriguez will jog into second with a double. Wow, that is why they call it the hot corner. Encarnacion almost got hit with that ball.
It's funny, late in the game last night, Alex Rodriguez hit almost this same ball. They were playing no doubles. Catch, but that ball came up. Encarnacion, not much of a chance. Ball hit hard.
Keep his face out of the way. That ball had a nice little hop to it. You know, all the different infielders, especially as a visiting team, you come in, you take your grounders, but they all react differently. Different surface, dirt.
See the different colors of the infield, and the darker color being the playing areas. That, you know, they water down, try to keep that ball from getting those erratic hops.
That one gets away from Chavez, but not too far, so A-Rod stays at second.
See that kind of an overthrown curveball, but I tell you what, that curveball has a lot of break to it. This is something, if he can harness, is going to be another out pitch for him, especially against left-handers where he's having trouble getting them out.
Strike to Posada, count 1-1. Sean Camp warming up. We just checked out why the Indians don't have a winning record despite having a high on-base percentage. They have the worst ERA in baseball, so that kind of counteracts the on-base percentage. 92 pitches for Romero. 56 strikes. The 2-1. There's that change. 2-2. And that's the list of the on-base leaders in the AL. So 4 of the 5 there, winning teams battling for a playoff spot.
Michael, you'll notice this is a sign. The other night that was white, and we had kind of a break in the action. The fielders weren't picking up the ball, so you see it's been changed to a black sign to kind of help the fielders.
Well, one of Cannon's catchphrases is business solutions, so they came up with a solution.
Quick one, too, huh?
Yeah.
A little can of paint will take care of everything.
Black can of paint. Rodriguez is at second with 2 outs. 3-2. Strike 3. Posada down looking, and he knew it. That'll do it here in the 5th. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the 6th at the stadium. 3-1 Yanks. coffee at Yes, we get our Green Mountain K-Cup coffee system from the same people who bring us our office supplies. W.B. Mason, who but? Vernon Wells against A.J. Burnett. Foul back. Now, A.J. Burnett had a high pitch count after 2 innings, but he's worked some economical innings of late, so he's back to a decent count. He's at 80 pitches, 5 innings, 7 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts.
We had 44 through the first 2 innings. Now less than that through 3. 36, 37 now. Good ratio. If you keep that around 10, 12, 13 pitches an inning.
Talking to one of the Toronto people here on this trip, and they said it used to be very difficult for Greg Zahn, who's 38 years old, to catch A.J. Burnett because his stuff moves so much. And after a while, Cito Gaston told Zahn, "I'm sorry, I can't have you catch this guy. His stuff moves so much, it's such a heavy ball." Soft ground ball is short. Pena. 1 away. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by your tri-state area Audi dealers. Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees. That's going to bring up Randy Ruiz. Ruiz, the only run for the Blue Jays, a long home run in the 2nd inning into the Toronto bullpen in left center. This is what they worried about with Zahn. He has 15 wild pitches already this season. That's a career high. There's a breaking ball that Ruiz struggles with.
Well, and to your point, Michael, A.J. Burnett has got some of the best stuff in baseball. And if you have a guy who isn't pinpoint with his command, which he really doesn't have to be, guys that throw with lesser velocity need to, it's awfully tough to catch. Extra little giddy up. He's got movement. His curveball is devastating. Not a fun time for a catcher some days, when he's certainly on with command-wise, and much easier. And he's a gunslinger. You never want to take that away from somebody with the stuff that AJ has.
Bounces that one to count 2-2.
Mentioned, Paul, about the 275 pitches each one spawn, and
230 apiece. Yeah.
230 apiece.
Hot shot up the middle, a base hit for Ruiz. He's 2 for 3.
I mean, not to state the obvious, but when we're talking about Aaron Hill, a guy who's got 27 home runs. It's just a different game. Each era had its special players, and how you can compare. We can talk about that and debate that forever, but it's a different game, more offensive-minded game. However you want to look into it, the bats, the balls, the strike zone.
Talk about big names. I mean, Juan Marichal Warren's spot in that game was ended by a home run in the bottom of the 15th, Michael, by Willie Mays. 16th inning by Willie Mays. So there's your names for it.
Encarnacion rips a single to left, and Ruiz moves to second.
See Encarnacion, he kind of, that ball that starts to run back, but he got the barrel out quick enough to drive the ball into the left field. I mean, those pitches right there, Al, as a pitcher, you can't feel too bad about. I mean, you had pretty much hit your spot, had good movement.
And Encarnacion, he got the fastball, being aggressive. That pitch middle down in the zone a little.
How happy you are as a hitter when you do things well.
There's Raul Chavez. Burnett has allowed 9 hits, but just 1 run on the home run by Randy Ruiz. There's a breaking ball inside, and the 9 hits, that's the second most that Burnett has allowed this season.
And all of the other ones have been singles, 8 singles. You know, you have that combination, the 9 hits, the singles, and if you've got 1 out on the board, you're always 1 pitch away from getting out of it. Ground ball double play, you're heading back to the dugout.
Burnett gave up 10 hits 2 starts ago to the White Sox on a Saturday. Really got roughed up in that game, one of his worst games of the year. 4 and 2/3 innings, 10 hits, and 7 runs. Yankees lost that game 14-4. Then CC Sabathia won the next day, and the Yankees have been playing good baseball since. If you look at the Yankee season, every now and then they would have a little hiccup. They did against the Angels in Anaheim. They lost 3 in a row. Then they lost the first 3 of a 4-game set against Chicago, against the White Sox, and then they won the final game and moved on from there. At 2 in Toronto, they won those, and then they won the 4 in a row against the Red Sox, and they've split these 2 games against the Blue Jays. The 2-0. 2-1.
Well, other than that, and that's why the baseball season's 6 months. You play 162 games. What year you guys won all those games?
98.
116 or something?
114.
114. You know, there's somewhere in there you've lost 48 games.
And every time they lost those games, you guys were shocked, right, Paul?
Yeah, you know, it almost becomes a pattern of you take the field, you're used to winning, and you're almost surprised when, you know, especially if you lose a series or a team that you should beat, that you don't go out and do it. And it's a great atmosphere in the clubhouse because everything's running smooth, and you know, you take the field, you beat somebody, you eat the spread, you go home, and you come back and you do the same thing tomorrow, and it becomes very natural.
Now we know the Yankee home clubhouse had good food. What was the best road spread, Paul, when you played?
It's kind of funny how every city had their little niche. And, you know, if you went to Texas, you had good Tex-Mex. And if you went to Boston the last day, you know, you had Boston cream pie and lobster. And so it just depends on what city you were in.
And that got Nick Label. Wow, really hit him. Couldn't get out of the way. He will not rub now, but that cannot feel good.
I know one thing, he's got a heartbeat in his body that's not his chest right now.
Right on the knee.
Wow. That's why they have the base coaches wear helmets now, because of the tragedy that happened in the minor leagues a couple of years ago. The 2-2. That one, another wild pitch for A.J. Burnett, and it gets past Posada. That puts the tying runs in scoring position.
Again, you can blame catchers all you want, but I mean, pitches like this, I mean, catchers don't have an opportunity to even get in front of you. You see Georgie sitting down there, that ball is just
Yanked.
Too much velocity, too quick to even react.
Well, AJ gets a little right to left where he throws across his body slightly, and when if he's trying to go away, it really takes a lot for him to get through the baseball and finish on the first base side. Pitchers will refer to it as yanking the ball, or David Robertson getting ready to warm up.
And that's punched out to right field. That is going to be a base hit. Here comes Encarnacion, and they hold him up as the throw comes all the way into Posada. So an RBI single for Chavez, and the lead is now 3-2. And Leyva holds up Encarnacion with what would have been the tying run, and Dave Island quickly out to the mound.
Now, every once in a while, pitchers get beat on good pitches away, but it's what happened before this at bat. I mean, you had a wild pitch, and then things, kind of got out of hand. Now you get a team that's, giving them an opportunity to get back in the game. Guy dunks one in on you. One out with men off first and third, you're still not out of it.
With the one out, Nick Leyva, third base coach, being conservative. Still in a sac fly situation. Scored run. That was just good hitting, that ball.
Right.
You make the point about throwing away and then just missing with some pitches, but saw Chavez just sticking the bat out.
10 hits against A.J. Burnett. That's the most he's given up this year. David Robertson getting hot in the bullpen. And the pitch to England is a strike. A.J. would like a strikeout here or a double play ground ball. England in this series 3 for 9 with a walk. Fights that off a little late. And the count quickly 0-2.
It's a big pitch for AJ and the Yankees. Obviously, with this pitch count, 98 pitches, good strikeout to ball ratio. Trying to come inside. You see Posada, that ball leaking, allowing England a little cricket swing. Wants to put it inside, not to be able to get some extension, get the barrel of the bat for him to get a fly ball here.
Swing and a miss, he got him. Big strikeout for A.J. Burnett as he holds on to the lead. One more out to go in this inning.
Great curveball. After the 2 fastballs he fouled off, that ball just dropping off. You see the last bit of the breaking ball. It looks like about thigh high and in the dirt. Nice pitch. Just in protect mode. You see his whole approach there. Once England got 2 strikes, just trying to put the ball in play.
Here's Scudero. He's 1 for 3 today. Singled in the second inning. Fly ball to right in the first. Grounded to short in the 5th. Fouled off in front of the plate. 0-1. Burnett has thrown 100 pitches. He's trying to complete the 6th inning for the 7th time in his last 19 starts. I said 7th time, 17th time in his last 19 starts. Now looking for another strikeout. He's 0-2 on Scudero. Scudero steps out.
Well, it's such a crosshair with his great curveball down the dirt. You'd never want to think about a wild pitch, but you're also mindful of it. Obviously, the tying run is at third base.
Well, with the fastball, missed low, I guess.
Ooh. Yeah, a little low.
Give him that one?
A little low.
Blocked by Posada. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Yankees lead 3-2 on the top of the 6th inning here at the stadium. Rubber game of a 3-game set. Blue Jays won 5-4 on Monday. Yankees won yesterday 7-5. Leading this one 3-2. And the 2-2. And that gets past Posada. Here comes the runner. Posada cannot get rid of the ball. It's a tie game. Encarnacion broke immediately. It didn't get that far behind Posada, but he could not make the throw to Burnett.
Well, as a runner, you know, with 2 strikes, you've got a guy. That ball ended up going through Georgie's legs. I'll tell you, a lot of times with that breaking ball in the dirt, it's the spin that, you know, you don't really know, but that ball ended up going through Georgie's legs. Tough break for Burnett.
Burnett was waiting for the throw. Posada couldn't get a handle on it. So now the go-ahead run is at second base. And the pitch. And that one gets away from Posada, but he corrals it, and a walk to Scudero.
I think that hit the umpire.
He can hit Joe West, too.
Or whether that was a cross or not. Yeah, he's crossed up.
Ooh. Wow, he didn't even flinch.
Yeah. He's anticipating that curveball going down the way.
Didn't even break his pen. Here's Aaron Hill. Fouled away.
Offensively, these are one of the few guys that Toronto is going to send up there that really scary with men in scoring position. I mean, he's got power, 27 home runs, and now I know if you're a pitcher and you're struggling, it seems like that big RBI guy is always coming up.
The 0-1. Grounded to Ramiro Pena. He'll get the force at second, and that's going to do it. But the Blue Jays tie the score. 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 3-3. The White Sox, the first 18,000 fans 21 and older, are going to receive an inaugural season jersey koozie courtesy of Bud Light. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Well, Burnett gives away the lead, and now it's 3-3 heading to the bottom of the 6th. And here's CANO. Romero still in there, deals up and in, 1-0.
Boy, that was a frustrating inning for the Yankees. A result of a couple wild pitches, and Encarnacion ended up scoring because of it. Wild pitch to get the second, and then the last one. That's frustrating for anybody, but certainly A.J. Burnett is feeling it there.
The 2-0. Outside 3-0, being very careful with CANO, who launched one his last time up.
Now, what's your take? I mean, you watch the way he approaches left-handed hitters. Why? Kind of side. It seems like his delivery would give lefties some kind of problem.
I think you mentioned it. Look, chart the pitches here. He's only thrown a handful of curveballs to the lefty. And I think because of the changeup is basically taken away from him, lefty on lefty, 59 strikes, 40 balls, 99 pitches, that the fastball slider speed differentiation is not that great. And I think for the most part, left-hand hitters can look away.
3-1. Popped up. Left field. Adam Lind is there. And there's one away. So CANO is 1 for 3. Well, there's a shot of the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar, situated in center field at the new Yankee Stadium. The Mohegan Sun Sports Bar is a great place to gather and enjoy the game. Mohegan Sun, a world at play.
We had a great shot of the Mohegan Sun on that game-winning home run of Alex Rodriguez. Yep. Just, it's not a play. It's obviously a place to relax and have fun, but boy, they know what's going on in the game.
Starting to rain a little bit harder here at the stadium as Nick Swisher steps up. Wind still whipping in. And the pitch is low from Romero. Straight in. Count 1-1. Now 2-1.
Bullpen busy. Romero's getting at the end of his line, a little over 100 pitches. Talk about pitch counts, and especially in an organization that has a young pitcher they're high on, and they're not in a race. Obviously, it's totally about pitch count and just learning how to pitch, hopefully for the future when you're in a race.
104 pitches for Romero, 62 strikes. Cito going through matchups, see when he should bring in Sean Camp. The 2-2. High fly ball. Lynn comes in. And there were 2 outs.
And there's a curveball that he threw to a righty. Might have been the first curveball he threw to a righty almost all day. So he can still get his outs. Obviously, that was up in the zone. Swisher a little disappointed he didn't do more with it.
Nick did not like that cameraman shooting him right there.
See that they put you in a cage when you make an out. Did you see that shot over there?
You always took kindly to being shot in the dugout down there.
Might have been the same cameraman too.
Count 1-1. Hinsky struck out twice. Joe Girardi felt that this was a good matchup against the lefty Romero, but so far not. The 1-1. 1-2.
He's had him, Phil Coke warming up in the Yankee bullpen. He's had him kind of in between. Hinsky's looking fastball. He got a couple fastballs, struck out on the curveball both at bats.
Hot shot on one hop, knocked down by Hill. And a 1-2-3 inning for Ricky Romero, who has picked things up. 6 in the books. It looks like A.J. Burnett is done. The game's not. It's 3-3. West Coast road trip with Game 1 against the Mariners. Coverage starts at 9:30 with the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then Ken Singleton and John Flaherty have the call. It's the Yankees and the Mariners. It all starts tomorrow night at 9:30. It's only on YES. Well, Joe Girardi makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T. Your world delivered, and that call delivers Phil Coke to the mound. And he'll face Adam Lind, Lyle Overbay, and Vernon Wells. So A.J. Burnett had an odd game. He looked like he had really good stuff, but had some trouble commanding it. 3 wild pitches, I believe, in the game. And one of them costly turned a 3-2 Yankee lead into a 3-3 tie. That's where we are right now as we enter the 7th. So now it becomes a battle of bullpens. And with Lind and Overbay stacked in the order 3-4, it brings an opportunity for Girardi to bring in the left-hander. And Lind lost one to left field deep. Johnny Dinger makes the play on the warning track, 1 away.
The ball away, up and away. Easy pitch for a lefty to see from a left-hander. The ball out, away from him. Takes a chance, goes after the first pitch. And it's amazing how hitters now, when they fly out to the warning track of the wall here, it's almost like they expect everything to go out, and they almost like double take that it didn't go out. So definitely a hitter's park in the hitter's eye.
Overbay fouls it back. Brad Arnsberg talking to the bullpen. Line drive, a base hit to right field. Coke backs up the throw.
Overbay getting a slider here, middle down the way. Pretty good hitting there. Stays with it. Looking for something out over the plate. Fastball away, slider away.
Well, they bring in Coke to get the 2 left-handers. He only gets 1 of them, so Joe Girardi now signals to the bullpen for David Robertson. It'll be Robertson against Wells. Game is tied at 3, 1 out in the 7th. Stay right where you are on YES. Braveheart by Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Basterds, starring Brad Pitt, in theaters August 21st. By Blimpie, America's Sub Shop, and by IOTV. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV. Well, there's been a lot of rain here in the inaugural season of this Yankee Stadium. And what a great giveaway last season, the final season of the old Yankee Stadium. David Robertson comes on. 46 strikeouts in 32 innings. He's going to face Vernon Wells. Runner at first base. That's Lyle Overbay. And a strike to Wells.
I was wondering when I watched Coke leave this game. I mean, he's coming out of the bullpen, and in his mindset right now, you know, I faced two lefties. I got the first one out. I gave up a hit. So is that a good day? Just to, no. Are you disappointed? Yes. You need 2 outs to go home.
Absolutely.
So it's all or nothing for the reliever.
Yeah.
High fly ball, right field. Hinsky settles underneath, makes the play.
Especially for a reliever, Paul. There were some guys. I played with a guy in Toronto, Dwayne Ward, that if he didn't get at least 1 strikeout in an inning, preferably 2. I mean, you remember Dwayne Ward, this guy, sure. Nasty sinker slider. He was mad.
Even if he got the people out?
Yeah, even if he got him out, saved, walked off the field, he was mad he didn't strike somebody out. I mean, it was that kind of dominant mindset. So Phil Coke, you know, obviously, if Overbay doesn't score, that's a very good thing. But no, lefty specialist, the role that he's in right now, to come in to get lefty, if you don't get him, you feel disappointed. You didn't do it.
Here's Randy Ruiz. He's 2 for 3. He scored 2 of the 3 runs, a home run and a single. Had a great season at AAA, 320. 25 homers, 106 ribbies. Their AAA team is in Las Vegas.
Again, I mean, that was no added sound. It just quick bat, a lot of power. Imagine playing in Las Vegas for the summer. Huh?
That'll help some numbers for you, huh?
Nice, cool place to suit it up.
And hurt some numbers. That one goes off the glove of Posada as Overbay advances to 7. Jorge's having a rough game back there. Playing a day game after night game. And that was a sailing fastball, but Jorge would tell you that he has to make that play.
As soon as it gets above his mask, unless they track it, the catcher looks up. That last little 7-8 feet, obviously at 90 miles an hour, it's coming up on him. In order to do it the way he'd like, he would normally see a catcher literally stand up and catch it, because you don't want your hand to be up and not being able to see the last few feet and get hit in the wrist.
4 wild pitches in this game. 3 for Burnett, now 1 for Robertson. Go-ahead runs at second base. 2-2 count on Ruiz. Foul tip the curveball. Those are the numbers we told you about. And a .392 on-base percentage.
How about 11 years in the minor leagues, Michael? 3 separate batting championship titles.
70 extra base hits. He had 42 doubles. Grounded to Alex Rodriguez. And that's going to do it here in the 7th. No runs ahead, no errors, and 1 man left on base. The end of 6.5 innings of play. It's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Game is tied at 3, but we stay right here and honor America in the Bronx.
Offer a moment of silent prayer. We remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Now please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
3-11-1 for Toronto and 3-4-0 for the Yankees. Brandon Lee comes in. He pitched in the first game of this series and was impressive. And now he will face Melky Cabrera leading off. And there's a strike.
And you said it, Michael. That was one of those nights where, you know, you haven't seen a lot of a guy, but boy, the first couple pitches, you know, this guy here has got good stuff, throws hard, good breaking ball. Wouldn't be surprised if you tune into the Blue Jays a year or 2 years from now that he's closing games for him. He's got that kind of stuff.
Just erratic enough, I think, Paul. I agree with you. He's got tremendous stuff. Brad Arnsberg, Blue Jay pitching coach. I think he's just command-wise not quite there yet.
That one's drilled deep to right. Fair ball, it's gone. It's a foul ball. Well, they've announced the attendance here at the stadium, 47,113, and a lot of them thought that was gone. Melky knew it wasn't. I guess the batter knows before anybody. Pitch is high. Chopped right back to League. And there's one away. Not at home, not a problem. Now Yankee fans can watch live YES Network games on their PCs and laptops. If you're an Optimum Online and IOTV customer who watches YES, go to YesNetwork.com to get more information and sign up for your subscription now. Here's Ramiro Pena batting in Derek Jeter's spot. Derek, in the first inning, was hit by a pitch on his back foot, the right foot, a breaking ball from Ricky Romero. Stayed in the game, but ended up leaving in the third inning. And Ramiro has himself a single. So Pena with a one-out single, and he is a threat to run.
And you get a ball down and away. Not much action at the plate lately. What a great swing. Don't try to do too much with it. Don't try to pull it. His head go down and good feeling when you can start off a game where you don't play a lot. You get a couple of ABs. You get a big hit. Your team an opportunity to go ahead late in the game.
Here's red hot Johnny Damon, 2 for 2, double home run and a walk. He hits that one to center field. Vernon Wells is there. It's going to take a jolt to get a ball out to center field today with the wind blowing the way it is. So there are two away. That's going to bring up Matsui. Matsui had an exceptional at bat last night in the 8th inning against Jesse Carlson. So many people were talking about that before the game today. How he worked the count, pulled the ball foul, stayed with it, and then hit that home run that tied the game, and promptly followed a Posada home run, followed by a Posada home run to give the Yankees a lead for good.
See Matsui's bat there, bright white. You can see that blue ink on there. That's from foul balls. It takes that blue ink right off the baseball.
Snap throw to first. Got him. Pena strayed too far, and Chavez showed off that arm, and he guns down Pena on the pickoff for the final out of the 7th inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and because of this pickoff, quick tag by Overbay and a good call, and nobody left on base. We go to the 8th. It's 3-3. It's a 3-3 game, 3-11-1, leading 3-5-0. Ramiro Pena probably didn't want to look at anybody, and let's take a look at that bat that Matsui has.
You see that the ink mark, and I mean this is a Major League Baseball I'm holding here, and you'll see that when that ball goes off on a foul ball. I go here, Michael. See, I don't do this very often. See, the blue ink from the Major League Baseball ends up all over your barrel, and you'll find out that the newer bats are clean, and bats that you've been real hot with will have a ton of ink and stuff, all from fouling off that little emblem.
Now there are some special days where the ink is red.
Yeah.
So it'll be red on the bat.
Plus he's got the maple, right?
That's
bat?
the maple bat, so it shows up real well. But you see a couple just near misses there.
We're right by Encarnacion. Now we took a close look at that pickoff at first, and the ball clearly beat Ramiro Pena back, but you wonder, did he actually tag Pena?
Well, he does a swim move here. He pulls his hand back. Overbay waiting for the hand to get there. Never got there.
That one is lined to left field. Johnny Damon back, still back, and makes the play.
I've always said as an outfielder, you got to know whether you go back on the ball or you go forward on the ball better. And watching Johnny Damon, he gets back on the ball very well. He's got a lot of plays in this series, and in the Boston series, he made a couple good plays going back towards the wall.
That was an O'Neillian move there.
We've been there. That's just a horrible feeling. You do everything you possibly can as a hitter. You square up the ball. Next thing you know, you got somebody playing somewhere he shouldn't, or too deep, or too shallow, and ends up catching.
Swing and a miss by Chavez.
Look at me like that, Alan.
It's part of the game. Swinging bunts.
Part of your game. You're a pitcher.
But we saw a couple broken bat singles. It all.
Don't tell me it evens out. It does. It does not.
Chavez shows bunt, takes a pitch low. Guys got another inning and a half. Don't let a fight break out here. Okay?
Liven things up in here a little bit. See, he recovered a lot better than me. He's smiling already.
Didn't Don Zimmer once tell you when you were complaining in the dugout, why don't you get a job at a rock quarry?
He had a cement guy in Cincinnati. He said, this straight game's driving you crazy right now. And it was one of those days you hit like 4 line drives. No hits. I said, yeah, it is. He said, you know what? I got a cement guy in Cincinnati if you need a job. And it was funny because he would always bring that up, and of course Joe Torre thought it was hilarious. Well, 3 or 4 years down later, we had a benefit or a banquet or something, and he calls me over and he wants to introduce me to a guy. This is a cement guy from Cincinnati. You still interested?
So he wasn't just talking out of school. He actually had that job for you.
That's right.
So I'm going to get him to introduce me to that guy. So when you're complaining about the long post game, I'll say, I've got a cement guy I know.
Just having fun up here, Michael. Either do a post game or work cement, then you're telling me.
The 3-2. Ouch. And that got Jorge's bare hand. And Joe Girardi knows the feeling. He's quickly out to talk with his catcher. So is Gene Monahan.
Oh, my.
Taught to keep the hand behind their right thigh. Oh, perfect. Right where his hand was.
It's like it found it.
Yeah.
I mean, the one little place where you could see the opening to get the hand, that's where it was.
I don't see how you go on playing here. I mean, that got a finger. That's not just ricocheting off of something. It's got movement in it, but I'll tell you what, any way you look at it, catchers get beat up out there. And I don't.
You look at old catchers' hands, and you can tell they were catchers.
Now you see a catcher, they're taught to put their hand behind their right thigh, but with a runner on base, normally because they're anticipating a possible run, stolen base, they got their hand a little closer where it's not protected. Let's see where he puts it now after that.
Popped up. And that's out of play. Phil Hughes going in the bullpen. Robinson picked up the win in last night's game, just 1/3 of an inning. That's the way to get a win. Fouled away.
Refer to that as a vulture win. Actually, I always thought of a vulture win where you come in, you give up, you gas it a little, 4 or 5 runs, and then your offense comes and scores.
That's more of a vulture win.
Yeah. That's just the right place, right time. Maybe last night for David Robinson.
This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. And Jorge still didn't put the hand behind the back. If you saw, it was like resting on his thigh, same spot.
Habit.
Right there, see?
That was close.
No, those don't feel too good either. When you go off the heel of the glove or there, you know, that kind of vibrates through the hands. One of those days behind the plate for Jorge. A lot of foul balls, a lot of balls in the dirt.
Breaking ball just missed. And a walk to Chavez. Today and throughout the Yankee season on Yes, we're allowing you to vote along with the 3 of us here in the booth for the Chevy player of the game. Text your vote to 58772. And today's candidates are number 1, Johnny Damon, number 2, Robinson Cano, number 3, Randy Ruiz, number 4, Raul Chavez. Vote now. Make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. That's a hard-fought walk by Chavez, and here's Joe England. And the pitch is high. How close was that last pitch? Guess they thought it was a little high.
Way out of the zone, huh?
No, that was up.
Count 1-2.
He's got a couple pitches here, David Robertson, to expand. Joe England has shown today he's got a bit of a 2-strike approach, which means a hitter will shorten up his swing a little bit. Just think about putting it in play. Usually an easier pitch for that approach would be a ball away.
He struck him out. Breaking ball. 2 away. And Joe Girardi is going to signal for his other right-hander, Phil Hughes. So he wants Hughes to face Scutaro here in the 8th inning. Runner at first base, 2 outs. Yankees 3 and the Blue Jays 3. Robertson does a good job. Just that walk to Chavez, the only blemish. Let's see if it hurts the Yankees. Come on back. get all the highlights from this series and a look around the rest of the major leagues. Plus, Kimberly Jones is working the clubhouse. She'll tell you what's going on in there. It's the Emmy-winning WB Mason postgame, and it's only on Yes. So, Joe Girardi takes out a guy who's a strikeout guy in Robertson and brings on Phil Hughes, a guy who throws a little bit harder, 71 strikeouts in 65 and 2/3 innings. And he's going to face Marco Scudero. Now Kim will ask in the postgame, why'd you take out Robertson there? And I'm sure that Joe has his reason, lifting one righty to bring in another.
I think it may be a bit of a matchup. Obviously, the style of pitcher that Hughes is, fastball slider. Robertson, fastball curveball. Scudero's 1 for 6 lifetime, 167 batting average. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Last time Hughes pitched was on August 8th against the Red Sox. So 4 days off. Pitches outside as a reliever in 24 games. Phil, a 1.45 ERA. 40 strikeouts in 31 innings.
I mentioned Hughes is 1 for 6 to 167. Scudero. Robertson 2 for 4, 500. It's only 4 at bats, but he is batting 500.
The 1-0. Foul back. Now, Girardi wanted to give Hughes a little bit of a break and didn't pitch him on Sunday night against the Red Sox. And a lot of people will raise their eyebrow. Well, why keep in Coke to face Victor Martinez? And, one answer would be you turn him around to the bigger part of the ballpark. Martinez ended up hitting that home run, and Joe just wanted to give Phil Hughes another day's rest. Those are the numbers against Hughes. Scudero is 1 for 3 with a walk. The 2-1. Line drive, and over the leaping try of Pena into left field. Chavez is going to go to third. The throw will go into second. It's a single for Scudero. And the Blue Jays have runners on the corners with 2 outs.
Real good base running by Chavez there. I mean, you don't want to take any chances going into third, but with Johnny Damon not having one of the better arms, Scudero gets a fastball, kind of leaks back over the middle of the plate, drives it. But at my point, Johnny Damon moving to his left as a left-handed. You pick that up in the gap. You don't need your third base coach. Say what's the difference you can score from second, but also you look back at the wild pitch things. There's a lot of different ways to score from third base which you won't do it. You can't do it second.
Swing and a miss. Aaron Hill. And the 0-1. High fly ball, right field. Pinsky's there, and he'll put it away for the final out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The game is tied at 3 on Yes. Round in league. His 8th inning at bat yesterday was outstanding, Al.
It was a great at bat. He worked Jesse Carlson. You see the pitches off the plate, then the foul ball, just foul. Another one he fights off. High breaking ball. Fouls that one, hoping that it's fair, and then he gets the fastball down the middle. The Yankees were down 4-3 at the time, tying that ball game up. What an at bat by Hideki Matsui.
And he will lead off against Lee. High fly ball, right field. And right there is Inglett, one away. That's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod 1 for 3. And a fastball strike, 96 miles an hour. Missed outside, 1-1. Hitting .258 overall, but after the 6th inning this year, Alex is a .290 hitter. And 10 of his 21 home runs came after the 6th inning. Trying to hit another one there. Count 1-2.
And it's not just 97, Brandon Lee. That's got late sink to it. I mean, you see a guy coming in, power arm, pretty straight. It's a boring, sinking 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Count 2-2.
Well, so far the combination Alex has seen, fastball, change, both changeups, taking them for balls down in the dirt. Should be coming back with this fastball, trying to come inside.
I was talking last night about Alex Rodriguez. He's the one guy that when he really gets going, this offense is even going to get better. And you see him in that kind of a pull mode. And you look at his home runs this year, only 2 of them have come to right field. And, you know, he's a better hitter when he hits the ball to right center. Again, this is the pitch you talk about. I mean, just the boring sinker, high velocity, 97 right there. Tough guy to go up there and think about anything, especially home run, other than just trying to center the ball and keep it up the middle. A split finger grip.
Tumbling, nasty. Fastball, sinker, split.
Here's Posada. He is 0 for 3, but has driven in a run with a ground ball in the 1st inning. And a strike. And the count 0-2. League's really dealing, throwing strikes, working quickly. Pitching coach Brad Arnsberg.
Yeah, very seldom do you see a combination of a power arm, what League has, a 97, and then a split finger combo. See a guy with fastball, slider, and maybe a conventional circle change. Here comes that split again.
Check swing by Posada. Ball down and in. 2-2.
facing that split finger is so hard to hit from a hitter's view. I mean, the arm speed, the delivery, everything is exactly the same. And by putting it in between your fingers, you know, the ball just slips out, and that's where you lose your velocity. But there's no way to pick up the grip. And every pitcher starts with that grip that throws a split finger, so you don't see it, and it's just a very hard pitch to adjust to.
And I think the combination that works for Brandon League is that he doesn't throw a true straight fastball. His fastball's got that sinking action, so it complements the split.
And he strikes him out. That is an impressive 1-2-3 inning for Brandon League, who completes 2 innings for the first time since July 11th. So over a month. We go to the 9th, 3-3 game.
Off of the starter, Ricky Romero. Little slider on the inner half. He knew it right away. That was his 18th home run of the year, way up in there in the second deck. The Land Rover drive of the game, Robinson Cano.
Well, the Yankees are going to win this game. They're going to win it in walk-off fashion as we enter the 9th inning. And here's Adam Lind against Phil Hughes, and the pitch is a strike. The Yankees were tied after 7, and in games in which they've been tied after 7, the Yankees are 11-0 this year. They're trying to make that 12-0, 3-3 here in the 9th. Lind, Overbay, and Wells. Grounded foul on the breaking ball.
Again, you got 2 guys going out of the bullpen, both guys throwing 96, 97. Hitters think that once you get in the bullpen, you're going to get some guys that you can handle. Both these guys, exceptional stuff.
You know, the more you see bullpens develop, Paul, it makes you less and less likely to believe that we'll ever see a 400 hitter, because Ted Williams didn't have to face these type of arms coming out of the bullpen in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. Now, he was arguably the greatest hitter ever, but this is a different animal than facing a guy who's, you know, a failed starter. Line drive, base it up the middle for Overbay.
Failed starter, or a guy that you faced, you know, 3-4 times in the same game. I mean, it's such a matchup now. Unless you're facing the number 1-2 guy that, you know, will get to the 7th, 8th inning, you're facing 3 or 4 different pitchers.
And as great as that era was, Michael, and you make a good point, that the style of pitching knowing that you were supposed to complete the game, you had to concern. And if it was a matter of not having your best stuff, certainly the latter part of the game, you figured it out. Certainly figured out a way to not give up runs, but as far as giving up hits, that was part of the game.
Vernon Wells fouls it back.
I mean, now they're drafting guys. You mentioned a failed starter. They'll draft a #1 pick solely to be a reliever. Coming out of college, he's a relief pitcher. You see him as a closer. They didn't do that years past. You started the quality arms that couldn't start. They were in the bullpen, and then they picked the best arm of those guys, and they'd be the closer.
Speaking of closers, the Blue Jays closer Jason Frazier closed Monday's game. He's ready in the bullpen. The 0-1 popped up right field, coming on Hinsky. 2 outs.
And if you look at your playoff teams and World Series teams, that 6th inning, certainly 7th, 8th inning, those are the teams that have the best bridge to a superior closer, teams that either win or certainly are playoff teams. It's become that specific.
Baseball also, you see trends. And, the way Jabba had success in the bullpen and now Hughes has success. I mean, these are guys who are #1 starters in the minor leagues, but they've come up here and they found a little niche in the bullpen where it kind of takes away all the thinking process. You go out for a couple innings, you throw as hard as you can, and let these guys get their feet on the ground where they get confidence. And it might be the new trend of some of the younger pitchers coming up and getting your feet wet, not mopping up, but pitching in big situations out of the bullpen.
Well, and I think that's happened with playoff contending teams. Chad Godin, newly acquired from the San Diego Padres, warming up. I mean, you look at teams that are out of it or not playoff contending teams, they'll take their bumps and bruises with guys, young kids that come up and just giving them the big league experience and hope that it doesn't hurt their ego too much if they're ready for the following year.
God looking for a strikeout. Ruiz has power. 2 for 4. A home run yesterday, a home run today. Just got a piece. We mentioned he's had so many years in the minors and has really been unable to stick up here. Well, he's hurt himself as well. He's failed 2 steroid tests down in the minor leagues. Failing one is one thing. Failing 2, you really have to wonder why you would do that. But finally, he seems to have straightened out his act, and here he is, and he's contributing to the Blue Jays. This is his chance. And the 0-2. He struck him out. Looked like a tight slider. 90 miles an hour. And Hughes works out of the 9. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. Yankees will have a chance to win at the bottom.
Well, he came. He wasn't even supposed to be in the game. Had an injury to Derek Jeter. All outstretched. He got a hand from the pitcher. Well, Geico play it again.
Ramiro Pena, Robinson Cano leads off against Brandon League. And they keep him in there for a third inning. And he's been pitching great. So the Yankees have an opportunity for another walk-off win. They've had 10 so far this year. If the Yankees win this game, whether it be now or in extra innings, it'll have to be a walk-off win. One and one. Well, the Yankees at home, 40-18. So that means 25% of their wins here at Yankee Stadium have been walk-off wins. They certainly have a flair for the dramatic, and they believe they can do it, which is part of the solution when you know you can do it. If you conquer that, you do it more often. Count 2-1. Now, the last time that League threw more than 2 innings was July 21st of last year. He threw 2 1/3. So they're asking him to do something he hasn't done in a long time. The 2-1. 2-2.
97-87 combination of what Brandon League is showing these Yankee hitters right now. The explosive fastball with a very good split finger that's dropping out.
26 pitches for League. And the count 3-2. Nick Swisher's on deck. That'll be Cano, Swisher, and Hinsky here in the bottom of the ninth. Cano already has a home run, 1 for 3. Fly ball to center, home run to right, fly ball to left. So he's tried out all the outfield slots. And the 3-2. Rounded to second. Hill's right there. And there's one away. Swisher's 0 for 1. He flew out to left, missed a hanging breaking ball. Just missed it. That was in the 6th. Walked in the 2nd and the 4th.
Is it hard not to think about wanting to be the hero, Paulie?
It absolutely is. This time of the, I mean, everybody knows how you want to end the game. I mean, you've dreamed about it in the backyard since you've been about 5 years old. So sure, I mean, and you got to realize that there's only so many pitches up there that you're able to drive out of the ballpark. So you got to put it back together.
That one was booted by Hill, but he stays with it. He's had some trouble there at second today, and there's 2 away. Well, after the final out of this game with Toronto, don't miss the WB Mason postgame with Nancy Newman to get all the highlights from this series and look around the rest of the majors. Plus, Kimberly Jones gets you the quotes from the clubhouse at the Emmy-winning WB Mason postgame. It's only on Yes. It's almost as if we asked Joe England to stand right there, right perfectly in the middle of the WB Mason sign. Here's Eric Hinsky, a rare start for him, 0 for 3 so far today.
You know, when you play right field, you have to stand in that little brown area where you're supposed to stand out there in right field. You're not allowed out of there.
And that's where he is. He's got both feet in that brown area.
See that? Right fielders wear out of spot.
League trying to do something he has not done since August 7th of 2006. Pitched 3 innings. And there's a strike to Hinsky. Kind of a wave at that pitch. Count 1-2. Missed inside. 2-2.
So you've thrown 4 in a row. You just sit on it, but 2 strikes you can't. nasty as it is, he's throwing too hard. This is 4 split fingers in a row to Hinsky. Just hooked it. Hard for Hinsky not to look for a fastball.
And he strikes him out. Brandon League has been lights out. The Yankees go down in order in the 9th inning. Free baseball coming up as we go to the 10th inning. Extra innings. It's a 3-3 game. And the Yankees, if you've been waiting for Godin, here he is, Chad Godin, making his first Yankee appearance. Those numbers with San Diego, 20 games, 4-10, 5.13, a hit per inning, a strikeout per inning, and a little under 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And Godin last pitched on August 5th, so he's well rested. He's going to start probably on Sunday against Seattle, as the Yankees have moved Jabba Chamberlain to Wednesday against Oakland. So you'll see Mitre on Saturday and Godin on Sunday for the Yankees. So this is Godin's first turn in pinstripes.
Of his 20 appearances with the Padres, 19 of them were starts. He's been around a while. He actually started with the Blue Jays, played with the Cubs, Oakland. Kind of a guy that's going to show you all of his stuff. He's pretty good fastball, low 90s.
He works from the first base side of the rubber, and he deals to Encarnacion foul back. The interesting thing about Godin is that he can be great, but he's inconsistent. This year, he actually was a National League Player of the Week. At the end of May, he was 2-0 with a 1.20 ERA. He had 20 strikeouts in 15 innings, but then he could just simply lose it as well. Fouled away.
Well, I think with Chad Godin and similar style right-handed pitchers, he's got to be on corners pretty much. If you're going to watch, low upper 80s, low 90s fastball, using both breaking balls and changeup.
The 0-2 popped up behind the plate and out of play. Those are his career numbers. 4.58, 3 games under 500. Actually had a start for the Padres at Texas on June 28th. 8 innings, 1 hit, 9 strikeouts. That's against a great Texas offense. The 0-2. Now, we're not trying to make him out to be more than he is, but he does have the potential to turn in a gem. And other times he gets slapped around 1 or 2 innings.
And he lost his big goatee.
That's a requirement here. Now, speaking of grooming, Phil Hughes actually cut his hair for the first time all year. And, there's some people that are superstitious while he's pitched so great. What would happen when he cuts his hair finally? And he did pitch well. He went an inning in the third, scoreless.
He's not Samson, you're telling me.
No. And he took the hair that he cut off, put it in a bag, and put it on Phil Coke's locker. I see it in front of his locker. Don't know why, but he did it.
Got to be something behind that, right? You just don't like bag up your hair and just hang it on somebody's front porch when you're at home. You know?
Sean Camp is ready in the Blue Jay bullpen. Encarnacion really battling Godin. They probably saw each other in the National League. Encarnacion all year until recently was with the Cincinnati Reds. Godin with the Padres.
You look up at the scoreboard and you're talking about going to Seattle after the game. Yankees have caught a couple breaks lately. They're playing well, obviously, but they missed Roy Halladay this series. You see that Hernandez, Seattle stud's throwing tonight, so they'll probably miss him the next series. So every once in a while you catch some breaks as a team.
And the Yankees also caught a break where Rios was traded, right 20 minutes before the first pitch, and he has always hurt the Yankees, so they didn't have to face Alex Rios, and as Paul said, they didn't see Roy Halladay. They did catch both of Boston's big starters in that 4-game set, beat them both, or won the games that they pitched, John Lester and Josh Beckett. 3-2. Popped up. Looks like Godin's going to win that battle. Posada called off by Nick Swisher. One away.
Likes his slider so far early here. Threw a bunch to Encarnacion, leading off this at bat with Chavez, a slider.
Duo count on Chavez. Popped up and out of play. Line drive down the left field line. It's a base hit. Cutting over is Damon. Cuts the ball off before it goes into the corner, and he holds Chavez to a single. Nice play by Johnny Damon.
Again, you play deep as a left fielder late in the game, but Johnny Damon takes a good angle of this ball. And being a left-hander sometimes in left field can help you. You can just reverse pivot, fire it back in. Kept Chavez at first base. Big play.
John McDonald's going to pinch run for Raul Chavez. As Cito Gaston wants to make sure that his runner is able to score on an extra base hit. Rod Barajas will catch in the bottom of the inning. Here's Joe Inglet, 1 for 4. Right in on the fist of Inglet. Foul back. Godin and Nick Swisher, who's holding the runner on at first, teammates with the Oakland A's. Nub foul.
Think about teams, players that get traded to teams in it or out of it. Godin just made up 22 wins. The Padres in last place of 48 and 66. Here he is in the pinstripes, the Bronx, first place. It's got to be a good feeling for him.
And the 0-2. Check swing. They say he did not go. 1-2.
Again, that cutter slider in on a lefty. Not much you can do with that pitch. You're better off taking it. Hope they don't call it a strike.
John McDonald, obviously faster than Chavez. He's had one stolen base attempt and he was caught stealing. He was not a base stealer.
He struck him out. England goes down on strikes for the third time today.
Change up right here after the little cutter in on his hands. Dipping, diving down away. Nice pitch. The very end there, England just hoping he could get some kind of piece on it.
Here's Scudero. He has 2 hits, 2 for 4 with a walk. They are keeping McDonald close. Breaking ball strike. Godin and Scudero were teammates in Oakland. Strike with a fastball.
A little bit of history. Scudero 2 for 5 of the 2 hits. One of them was a home run.
Now this was not a fastball. This was a breaking ball. My apologies to that. There's a strike. Godin getting his first taste of the sound of Yankee Stadium. On his side, not against him. And the 0-2 fouled away. First time you pitch or play at all for a new team, you're not just trying to make a good impression on the fans, but on your own teammates. So Godin, all the Yankees watching. Yeah, let's see what we have here. And the 0-2. There's his fastball high. Elongating that little guy's out.
He only had 9 innings in.
Looks like Paul in the 13th inning on Friday. last thing you want to do is get picked off as a pinch runner.
Barely off. Element of surprise right there. Many times you see a runner knowing that he's not far off, thinking that a pitcher won't throw over.
And the 1-2. 2-2. You know that the Red Sox are in their clubhouse right now. They're watching this game. So Tampa Bay's not at the ballpark yet. They're on the West Coast. But the Red Sox will host Detroit tonight. Beckett against Galarraga.
Tampa Bay had a day game out there. Getaway day?
Not sure.
.335 our time.
And they're out there. They're playing. They're not concerned with this one.
Boy, this is a tough battle right here. Godin showing Scudero his whole arsenal with it. Fastballs in, trying to elevate, make him chase. Scudero getting a good look at his slider.
Runner goes, 3-2. Strike three, Scudero. Down looking. Breaking ball whispering across the outside corner. So a good first inning as a Yankee by Chad Godin. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Yankees have another chance to win in the bottom of the 10th.
Where each respective manager has to start thinking about who in their pen could go 3 or 4 innings if in the event that it were to go that long. And Sean Camp is that guy for the Toronto Blue Jays. Came in on the first game, pitched 2 2/3 innings.
Well, Melky Cabrera, who's been the king of the walk-offs this year, he leads off against Sean Camp. It'll be Cabrera, Pena, and Damon. Missed outside, 1-0. Melky's 0 for 3 so far today. A fly ball to right, ground ball to third, and a grounder back to the mound. 3-0. This would play perfectly into Girardi's plans. If Melky could get on, then Pena would bunt. And then you take your chances with Damon and Matsui. And there's a strike, 3-1. Skied the other way and out of play.
Yeah, almost, Michael, you think, especially to start an inning, you want your best situational guys. Josh Renicky warming up now for Blue Jays, to where you can get an opportunity to manufacture a run.
And a weak wave at a pitch out of the strike zone. That would have been ball 4, 1 away.
Now that's just back to your point. You know, you want to do too much as a hitter. This ball clearly out of the strike zone. And as you get in a hitting mode, you want to do some things that end up kind of going out of your comfort zone to try to be the hero.
Well, Melky doesn't get on, so with Pena due up, the Yankees will go to the bench, and quite a nice bat to pull up the bench. Mark Teixeira, who did not start today, just had a day off. Leads the American League in home runs with 29, having an MVP caliber season. And he will pinch hit for Ramiro Pena, who came in the 3rd inning for Derek Jeter, as Jeter's right foot was bruised on a pitch in the 1st inning by Ricky Romero. The shift is on for Teixeira, and the pitch is outside. 3 infielders on the right side. Only Encarnacion playing where the shortstop would be on the left side. Count 2-0. Only 3 pinch hits. Well, pinch hit appearances for Teixeira in his career has yet to have a hit.
Well, he's pitched it like he does not want to face him. 2 changeups in a row and a 2-0 count. Just throwing a little high fastball off the plate.
Well, he has 1 walk as a pinch hitter. And there's a strike. Teixeira thought he had 2 walks.
Ball 4? Oh, sorry, man.
High pop-up. Scudero, the shortstop, makes the play. And there are 2 outs. There's Johnny Damon.
I think the 3-0 strike zone is bigger than any other pitch.
Depends on who's umpire, but no, I think since Quest Tech, they've been much more realistic with not calling a ball off the plate. And I think for the most part, watching Joe West today, he's been right on. I thought that pitch was a little bit off the plate.
Well, Camp has worked behind all 3 Yankee batters. 3-0, 3-0, now 2-0. Glenn Arnsberg not loving that. Popped up. The first baseman Overbay is there. And a 1-2-3 inning. The last 10 Yankees have gone down in order. And we go to the 11th. It's 3-3 here on Yes. highlights from around the major leagues and obviously this game. And then working the clubhouse will be Kimberly Jones. It's the Emmy-winning WB Mason postgame only on Yes. Walking past the sign is the new right fielder, Nick Swisher. The new first baseman is Mark Teixeira, so his day off is now by the boards. And Jerry Hairston Jr. is a shortstop. Chad Godin still in there as we go to the 11th. And he starts off Aaron Hill with a pitch inside, 1-0.
Tell you one thing, you see the scoreboard there that kind of catches your eyes is the hit column. I mean, the Blue Jays 14 hits, the Yankees only 5. In an extra inning game.
Nick Swisher's there. There's one away here in the 11th. I really believe in, and I think you guys would agree that with the advent of Sports Center and highlights and plays of the day and stuff like that, guys come up in extra innings looking to jack it out. They do not play within themselves. They don't take, I mean, they're looking to hit a home run all the time. They want to be that highlight guy.
Well, you're kind of agreeing how it's hard to not think about that.
Right. I mean, again, you got to get back to you don't change your approach in certain situations and others, and that's how you become a consistent hitter. And whether there's a man on third or whether you're leading off an inning, I mean, you have to have an approach to hitting. And there's a guy right there that knows how to hit home runs, but you hate to see guys that aren't home run hitters go up and try to become home run hitters because you're in an extra inning game. The home run guy too from was it 75 World Series?
Swinging
the
A's.
Reds. Gene Tennis.
2, 3, 4, 5 during that whole heyday. Oakland A's.
Not 75. Had to be 73. I think he hit 2 home runs first 2 times up in the World Series.
73 was against the Mets.
Then it had to be
72.
72. Who was 74 against? They won 3 in a row.
Reds.
74 was the Dodgers. No. Yeah, 74 was the Dodgers. 73 was the Mets. 72 was the Reds.
Got a lot of information up there. You know that?
Nothing real important though. Nothing that's going to save the world, Paul.
Every once in a while, it just takes a while to get it out there, but it's up there. Believe me, if I ever need to phone a friend for a little
Millionaires?
land, absolutely.
Now, do you remember the 72 World Series? Or?
Oh yeah, because
you do remember that?
I mean, yeah, because in the Midwest, you're watching the Big Red Machine. So
well, you were only like 9, right?
So no, I guess 9, 10 years old.
And he loved the A's because of the color TV and
That's
the white shoes.
I'm
It
glad
all
you
comes
like that
together.
story.
Foul back. And the 1-2. Gene Tennis actually had 4 home runs in that 72 World Series and one had beat each of his first 2 at-bats. Cito Gaston brought him along as the hitting coach when he took over as manager. And Cito's a hitting coach
for years.
Right. Yeah.
With the Braves and then hitting coach before he became the manager of the Blue Jays.
The 2-2. Grounded to third. Alex Rodriguez playing wide of the bag, and he will get in for the second out. Crowd of 47,113 here at the stadium. Many of the camp groups have left. But still a good amount of people still in the ballpark. Here's Lyle Overbay. It's a pretty good series. He has 2 hits today, 2 for 4, a walk. Yesterday, that bases clearing, bases loaded double, driving 3 runs.
Well, you mentioned that before yesterday's game. In 32 games, Overbay had 4 RBIs, and he had 3 of them last night. So he was in a pretty bad funk.
Count 2-0 on Overbay. Chad Godin in his second inning of work. And now the count 3-0. Not saying they're pitching around Overbay, but I'm sure they wouldn't mind Wells playing to the bigger part of the park against a right-handed pitcher in Godin. Have to be careful on this 3-0. And they are. Pitch is outside, so a walk to Lyle Overbay with 2 outs.
Vernon Wells, a little bit of history, 9 at bats, 3 for 9, with one of those hits were a home run off of Godin.
Vernon is 1 for 5 today. Struck out, single to center, grounded to short, and 2 fly balls to right. And a strike. Godin, acquired from the Padres last Thursday in exchange for a player to be named later. And he's going to start one of the weekend games, in all likelihood Sunday, against the Mariners. Big healthy cut. Now 0-2.
Nice changeup from Godin. This ball just dropping down and in. Vernon can't do anything with it.
This is Godin's second relief appearance this season. And so far, it's been a good one, as Posada could not hold on to that foul tip. .40 pitches for Godin. I always thought 41 was a great pitcher's number. Maybe it's because of Tom Seaver. Just a good pitcher's number. Solid.
40s, yeah, the pitchers used to be in the 40s. 30s and 40s, right? Sandy Koufax, 32.
The 0-2. Now, your first Yankee number was 56.
56.
And then 28. And what did you have in Toronto?
28.
And with the Mets, 22?
22.
And the Marlins?
25.
And then with
26, 7.
Then with the Yankees the last time?
19.
To honor Rex.
Yeah, that was
great. Forget it. You have all those uniforms?
Yes. Pretty much get whatever they give you. I remember first year you get, when you just get called. Did you have 21 right away? Your first year with the Reds?
First year in the big leagues, yeah. In minor league or in big league camp, I had a big number, as a lot of people do, number 57. But as soon as I got to the big leagues, yeah, I got 21.
The 2-2 inside at 3-2. My little league number was always the number 1 for Bobby Wilson.
Was it?
Yep.
You don't look like a number 1, though.
Yeah, it looked very small on that back. Runner's going to go. The 3-2. He struck him out. Climbed the ladder with a fastball, and Godin strikes out Wells. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning. It's all tied at 3. You are watching YES. July 22nd, check that, July 20th of this year. He goes yard against the Orioles into the bleachers. Hat goes. He goes into the crowd. And the Yankees go home winners. So they have the heart of the order right now. Matsui, Rodriguez, and Posada. Matsui is 0 for 3 so far today. And the pitch outside. Sean Kemp in his second inning of work. And the count is 1-1. Breaking ball strike. Backdoor breaking ball. And the count is 1-2. So Kemp was working behind in the 10th. Now he's working ahead here in the 11th. Count 2-2 to Matsui.
Well, every pitch he's thrown has been off speed, either the changeup or the sliders. You're going to try to sneak a fastball here?
2-2. Nope. Backdoor breaking ball whispering across the outside corner. Kemp strikes out Matsui looking. And Matsui's 0 for 5, batting in the number 3 hole today.
We'll take a good look here. You see the setup on the outside corner. That looks like it curved around a little bit. Obviously, Matsui not happy with this call. Watch where the glove is now. It's not where it ended up there. It's where it crossed the plate. I think Matsui's got a legitimate gripe.
The key phrase was where it crossed the plate, which it didn't. I mean, that ball goes out and around, and from a hitter's point of view, when it's in the hitting area, it's outside.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, 1 for 4 tonight. And there's a strike. A-Rod against Camp is 7 for 15. Count 0-2 with 1 home run. He's already been a walk-off hero, Alex Rodriguez. This was Friday, 15th inning against Tazawa. Into the night, ending a 15th inning in a fail, breaking a scoreless tie, and giving the Yankees a 2-0 victory. And he has 2 walk-off home runs already this year. And gets plunked, and you can hear it up here. Now, he has a guard on that elbow, but it sounded like it caught him flush, and he is staggered to the knees.
That's that one that gets the inside part of the elbow where all the nerves are, funny bone, everything, and it's just, I mean, there's nothing you can do. It locks your hand up. It's just a bad place to be hit.
Now he's holding his wrist. Is it because he's feeling it in the wrist, but it hit the elbow? Or might it have hit the wrist?
That hit his elbow.
Yeah, so he's feeling it in the wrist then.
Your whole arm just goes numb. I mean, it's almost like a dead arm. You can't do anything with it. Like I said, the inside part of your elbow where all those nerves and everything are in, it just absolutely paralyzes your arm.
And again, he has that pad on his elbow. Let's see where it got him. Right on the pad, and he's still feeling it. Imagine if he didn't have the pad. Listen to how this sounded. You can know it hurt. That wasn't in the glove. That was against his elbow, that bump. shutout almost has to stay in this game. Why? Because Jose Molina is the only man left on the bench for the Yankees.
He's going to have one of those shields next time. Barry Bonds and these guys and
updated version.
Just big old plastic. That's like neoprene. It softens it, but it's not deflecting it.
Well, let's see if A-Rod's legs still work. Get him running around the bases.
Here's Posada. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. And there's a strike. He did drive in a run on the first inning with a ground ball to second. That should have been an inning-ending double play, but initially booted by Aaron Hill, and he got the out at first as Jeter scored. That is laced into left field. It's a base hit. Lynn Fields gets the ball in. Rodriguez will stop at second. It's a single for Posada. Yankees have the winning run now in scoring position.
Well, Georgie made an adjustment here. He had strike one away. Camp goes back at it. Georgie shoots the ball the other way. A little running fastball, good piece of hitting. So A-Rod, gotta make that decision up right there, whether you're going or not.
Checking with Robbie Thompson that there's one out. Posada saying take a big lead. And here is Robinson Cano. The Yankees have an opportunity to win it here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Game is tied at 3. Yankees are 14-2 at home since the All-Star break. Trying to make it a lusty 15-2. That one is driven deep to right field. England back, still back. That ball is off the wall. Rodriguez scores, and the Yankees win 4-3. They've done it again. Another walk-off win in the Bronx. That is Cano's 4th career walk-off win. Walk-off hit. He had a home run earlier, and that one is going to be scored a single and an RBI. Scoring Alex Rodriguez. Yankees take another series. They go 6-1 on this homestand. They were 9-1 on the homestand following the All-Star break. 15-2 here at Yankee Stadium after the honorary midway point of All-Star baseball. Well, Robinson Cano is downstairs in front of the Yankee dugout, and he's there with our very own Kimberly Jones.
Robbie, have you caught your breath yet?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to.
Tell me what your approach was in that at-bat.
Well, my approach was just to swing a good pitch, and he lead the first one, so I take advantage.
You've had such a great homestand. Does any part of you just... At least he helped you wipe it off. Robbie, you've had such a great homestand. When you step to the plate, are you thinking home run to end it there?
Well, not a home run. I'm just looking for get a single, and this guy had a single.
You guys still have the walk-off magic. How do you explain this team's ability to win games late like this?
Well, there's no explain. Just, you know what, we're swinging a good pitch every time, and this guy we're coming through all the time.
6-1 homestand. You guys have been playing so well here. How much of a home field advantage is this?
Well, it always feels good. You know what? Play at home with the girlfriends in the wall, and we'll play great at home.
And good luck on the road trip, Robbie.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, Kim, the Yankees have now won 7 straight home series. They are 41-18 on the road. They're a season high 28 games over 500. And everything is going great here in the Bronx. A lot of smiles. Robbie Cano, the latest walk-off hero for the Yankees. His single to right field drove in Alex Rodriguez. And in the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar, they're loving what they're seeing. Another victory for the Yankees. And A.J. Burnett started the game, and he officially ends the game with a pie in the face of Robinson Cano. We've got so much more to come as the Yankees head to Seattle. We stay right here. We'll give out the awards. We'll break it